Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. 2 days ago, the new Polish law on the Supreme Court entered into force. The President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda, swiftly informed the head of the Supreme Court that her term has, as a result, ended. Another 27 Supreme Court judges might be awaiting a similar fate over the coming days and weeks. Now, although we may have become numb to this news, as gradually the Hungarian state has been captured by its ruling party, as far-right populists have risen to the governments in Italy and Austria, and amid ongoing animosity among established Western partners, these are truly extraordinary times for the European Union. Extraordinary times, but all for the wrong reasons. There can be no doubt that these developments lead the EU astray from its fundamental values listed in Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union, the DNA of the European Union. Notably, democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and more broadly, justice, solidarity, and tolerance. Recognizing the moral danger posed by the erosion, and some even say the gangrene, of our shared values, RECONNECT will intervene in the public discourse to build a new narrative for Europe. I should say a few words, of course, about RECONNECT. It's a 4-year multidisciplinary research program funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 program, which I have the honor and pleasure to coordinate, involving 18 great partners. We just kicked off, and in fact, this is the public part of our kickoff meetings, and we start with our project from the observation that the EU and its member states are confronted with an existential crisis of the entire European project. As a result of successive crises, an increasingly large share of the population perceives the European Union as an undemocratic and unjust political system. But the crisis and the scope of the research that we're going to do with RECONNECT goes way beyond the EU and our own member states. In its May-June issue of this year, the journal Foreign Affairs published a global report on the decline of democracy, with as a lead question, is democracy dying? Editor Gillian Rose notes the following in his introduction, and I quote, "Centralization of power in the executive, politicization of the judiciary, attacks on independent media, the use of public office for private gain, the signs of democratic regression are well known to us. The only surprising thing," he notes, "is where they have turned up. As a Latin American friend put it ruefully, we have seen this movie before, just never in English." End of quote. All of this is also shaking the European Union to its core. Our underlying assumption as a research program is that the deeply diverse and pluralistic European Union of today needs to be more firmly rooted in justice and solidarity in order to be sustainable. Our working hypothesis is that European governance can regain authority and legitimacy through democracy and the rule of law, provided citizens' aspirations and preferences are duly taken into account. This, in our view, will allow for a badly needed renewed trust and recognition of the European Union as a policy provider and as an actor that acts with view to establishing, and I quote, "a society in which justice and solidarity prevail," to quote again from Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union. RECONNECT is a particularly rich research program. As part of it, we will look at the principles underlying the rule of law and democracy at both the European Union and member state level, including a historical perspective tracing the evolution of these foundational concepts over time. And those who know a little bit about these notions, think of état de droit, état, rule of law, and so on, know also how diverse and multifaceted these notions are in their different contexts. Far from keeping to a purely conceptual analysis, RECONNECT will also analyze the prevailing rule of law and democratic practices, how actors translate principles into practice is crucial to obtaining a full understanding of the problems. And in the third place, and further illustrating RECONNECT's ambition to escape the academic ivory tower, we will look at the perceptions of citizens and the expectations they hold in relation to the rule of law and democracy. We will collect lots of new data, which will hopefully bring us to new ground in this line of research. Principles, practices, and perceptions will therefore form the lens through which our RECONNECT program aims to analyze the issues before us. We will in particular evaluate their coherence, and we will seek the gaps between them. Are principles practiced in a way which respects their core? Concretely, we can, for example, ask ourselves about the constitutionality of some of the actions of the Polish government right now. Moreover, how are the principles and the practices perceived by the citizens? Is there a disconnect between their expectations and the principles that lawyers endlessly debate on the pages of law journals, and I plead guilty to it, and behind the doors of the Berlin? What RECONNECT is ultimately interested in, however, is to tackle the contestation of the EU's authority and legitimacy. What we will actually inquire, what has been the impact of the many crises of the EU and the many challenges, the economic financial crisis, the migration crisis, terrorism, and so on. What has been the impact of those crises on the legitimacy of European integration? What is the impact of the erosion of the traditional democratic pillars of the EU in some member states? These crises appear to exacerbate democratic deficiencies of the EU, of which the research community and even the public have been aware for quite a long time. But as a corollary of contested legitimacy, the EU's own authority has also been contested. Some politicians are calling for the repatriation of powers to the national level. And we see clearly that the EU has not superseded national sovereignty, and that national sovereignty remains very much alive in national political discourses. And some have actually predicted this at the outset of the European integration process. In fact, if you read the biography of Jean Monnet, you will see exactly this debate among the French political elites of the 1950s, striking back with renewed fire after the end of the political term of Veld. So it's not a new thing, and it's very important for us to go back and revisit some earlier episodes in European integration. In the final instance, RECONNECT is going to formulate policy recommendations and maybe even propose amendments to the treaties in line with the findings of our research program. While at this point, of course, changing the treaties may not seem very likely, it is important to put workable and evidence-based proposals on the table for discussions among stakeholders and the public. And who knows, maybe the political situation may change radically in the next 4 years. This is a 4-year project. We will end in April 2022. Many important elections, besides, are awaiting us during this period, starting with next year's European Parliament elections. But discourse and communication is, in our view, at least as important as policy recommendations. And that's how we, as RECONNECT, we aim to generate a new narrative about the EU's legitimacy and authority, one that is fit for the 21st century. We believe that democracy, rule of law, justice, and solidarity should be at the heart of that narrative. And it should be an effective way of counteracting the spread of fear and populism that we witness nowadays on an everyday basis. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as you see from the program for this afternoon, a very rich program, we will now first listen and look to two video messages that are setting the scene. They are really spot on the themes of RECONNECT. One by the European Ombudsman, Mrs. Emily O'Reilly, the other by a very active member of the European Parliament with regard to the rule of law problematic, Mrs. Sophie in Veld. We will then successively listen to two keynote speeches, one by the Polish Ombudsman, Mr. Bodnar, the other by His Excellency Didier Reynders, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belgium. And as you will have noticed, after that we will really go, duc in altum, we will really go in depth, deep in our discussion. Julie Smith, I should say the Baroness Smith of Newnham, member of the House of Lords and director of the European Centre at Cambridge University, the other Policy Roundtable on the rule of law challenges in the EU, chaired by our esteemed colleague and friend, Professor Laurent Pech, Jean Monnet Chair at Middlesex University, London. I wish you all a fascinating and fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Veld, greetings and good wishes from the European Parliament in Strasbourg. I am delighted to be able to make a small contribution to this significant project. The phrase, reconnecting Europe, evokes mixed emotions. Sadness that there is even a need to reconnect, yet optimism about a shared capacity to do so. As the EU expanded, the need to find a shared narrative was always going to be a challenge. The factors that have shaped the member states in different ways present us both with the richness of Europe, but also the struggle to find a coexistence through strong and shared values. Europe has lived through a lengthy period of peace, yet complacency can lead us sometimes to overlook certain behaviours that challenge the core of that peace, essentially democracy and respect for the rule of law. Your project hopes to explore and challenge both the complacency and the impulses that diminish respect for those core values. Your work is also important in a global context, as the undermining of political and ethical norms under the current US administration may also lower the bar on what is considered acceptable behaviour in a democracy. The EU treaties unambiguously spell out the values of the EU and the steps to take when those rights risk being breached. But what's missing is the messy political context, the fear that doing the right thing will do the wrong thing for a political career or for the survival of government. The refugee crisis, with the wonderful words of our treaties and charters, juxtaposed with pictures of wire fences and dead bodies, showed this, but also showed the struggle between the EU's claim for the primacy of EU law and the member states' counterclaims of sovereign rights. We will see that struggle also reflected in the EU budget, where the question of whether structural fund payments should be linked to core values is likely to be a much contested one. Your work is important for the Union, and I wish you nothing but the very best of luck. I also wish you a very successful kick-off conference today, and I will follow developments with great interest. Thank you.
Hello everybody. My apologies for not being physically present at your kick-off conference. I would have very much liked to be there because it's about a topic that is very close to my heart, something that I've been doing a lot of work on, and something which is also rising very rapidly on the political agenda. The European Union is not just an internal market, not just a technocratic cooperation between 28 governments, it is very much a community of values and a community of law. And I actually think it is so to a much greater extent than people actually realize. And we can also see that the European Union is struggling a little bit with finding the right framework to make sure that this community of law and community of values functions. We see, for example, how the European Union is struggling to find the right response to the government of Hungary or the government of Poland, but also, for example, how to deal with some rule of law issues that we may have in countries like Malta or Slovakia or indeed Romania. But of course, in many of the EU member states, there are rule of law and fundamental rights issues. That is why in the European Parliament 2 years ago, I had the pleasure and the honor of drafting a legislative proposal that we have given the title the DRF Pact, the Democracy, Rule of Law and Fundamental Rights Pact. It is essentially a mechanism that allows us to have an annual debate and an annual assessment of the state of play in the member states and also in the EU institutions, because of course we're not above the law. It's a kind of, and let's call it the health check of democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights. And it's clear that we need such a general mechanism because if we consider, for example, the so-called Article 7 procedure that has been triggered against Poland, the Polish government is saying, and it's not entirely wrong, they're saying, why us? Why not the neighbors? They're making mistakes too. And it is true that there is an element of subjectivity in the procedure as it is now. And therefore, we need to make this that applies equally to all the member states with objective standards, evidence-based, and not, let's say, crisis or incident-driven, but on a regular basis every year. We don't really have partial instruments. We have, for example, the annual justice scoreboard, we have the fundamental rights report, we have the report on media freedom, we have these partial instruments. So what we need is one overall mechanism to verify every year what the situation is in the member states. And I'm also pretty sure that such a mechanism will lead to what I call the Eurovision Song Contest effect, which means that nobody likes the music, nobody wants to be last. It's a bit like this. Member states are complaining about the European Union interfering in their internal affairs, which aren't internal affairs, but at the same time they hate being the lowest in the ranking. So therefore, that's the kind of psychological additional impact of such a mechanism. But I think what is also important is that we become more aware of the extent to which we are already in this community of values. I'll just give you a few small examples. About a year ago, the European Human Rights Courts in Strasbourg ruled in a case on baby Charlie Gard, a little baby in the United Kingdom, terminally ill, and there was a dispute between the parents and the doctors. The parents wanted to take the baby to the United States for experimental treatment, and the doctor said, no, you cannot transport the child because it would be inhumane, the suffering would just be unbearable. So the court in Strasbourg ruled that the doctors were right, the baby could not be moved because it was against let's say, human rights of the baby. Now, regardless of what you think of such a ruling, the fact that the court in Strasbourg and court in Luxembourg ruled in these ethical questions, we also think of the Coleman ruling a couple of weeks ago on the issue of recognition of same-sex marriage. Those are ethical questions. And two courts are actually ruling in this case very frequently. And that shows you that the European Union is not only about technical standards, about state aid rules, about environmental standards, but it's very much about these deeply ethical, political issues. But we have very little debate about this at the national level. We seem to think that ethical and political issues are only national. But no, this is also, it's a policy issue at European level, and it's also a legal issue, as I've just shown with the two examples. So I very much hope that your project is going to contribute, in particular, to this last aspect, to show people that many, many policy decisions, also court decisions, are taken on ethical issues, and then we actually need to have more public debate and not just, let's say, let's civil servants and lawyers determine what the European values are, but actually give ownership to the people of Europe. So I wish you a very, very good project. I wish you a very good conference. I'm very interested in the outcome, and I really hope that we can meet face to face once you have your conclusions and together further build this European Union of values. Thank you.
It's now my honor and privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Bodnar. Dr. Bodnar is Commissioner for Human Rights in Poland. He graduated from the Faculty of Law at the University of Warsaw. He obtained also a PhD in Legal Studies at the Institute of Law and Administrative Sciences at the same university. He has also followed an LLM program in the field of comparative constitutional law at the Central European University in Budapest, one of the partners in the RECONNECT project. And with the approval of a few dozen NGOs in 2015, the Parliament appointed him at the post of Ombudsman. And as the Ombudsman of the Republic of Poland, he has been carrying on his long-term program of regional meetings with citizens all across Poland. This keynote will be about rule of law and protection of human rights in Poland after the constitutional crisis. We're very much looking forward to it. Dr. Bodnar, here.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Wolters for inviting me here to have this opportunity to deliver keynote speech during such an important conference. It's really a great honor for me. I would like to start by saying that today is quite a special day for Poland because maybe you have seen in media that we had a situation yesterday in the very morning when the first president of the Supreme Court, Professor Małgorzata Gersdorf, appeared at her workplace in the Supreme Court. She was greeted by a few thousand people. And basically, it was not an ordinary day of her work because she, by this, made something like what could be named as an act of judicial disobedience. Because by virtue of the legislation that was passed and that entered into force, in fact, she should retire because she has crossed already the age limit of 65. But because she claims that she is President of the Supreme Court appointed for 6 years term and her term ends in 2020, she should still perform her function, and that's why she appeared in the court. But what is important, she was supported by in fact, by all the judges of the Supreme Court, which showed, which made a public statement, public declaration that they regard her as the President of the Supreme Court further on. What is quite striking is that Mr. President, although he could have a possibility to make a, I would say, official dismissal of her on the basis of the regulation, he didn't do it. And in fact, somehow he accepted that she is still the first president, that she indicated a deputy that will also accompany her in her work in the next days. And to be honest, I don't know what will be the future. I don't know how things will evolve and how the situation with the Polish Supreme Court will change in upcoming days. But as of now, it seems like to be a key decisive moment, and maybe it is the moment when, for a certain period of time at least, this process of dismantling rule of law is stopped. But when we are talking about yesterdays, we should we should try to think, why we are in this difficult situation. So how did it happen before? So as you all know, everything started with elections in 2015, and then, in fact, takeover of the Constitutional Court. So with adoption of different laws that were aiming to limit independence of the Constitutional Court. And to be honest, these days, the Constitutional Court is giving some judgments, but basically it is not regarded as a serious judicial review player. So you cannot count on the Constitutional Court in terms of verifying some legislation that is passed by the Parliament. But what is important that when the crisis of the Constitutional Court started, the Parliament has managed to adopt a series of different laws which centralize the state power. The law on secret services, on prosecutor's office, on civil service, the law on public media, which I would say completely transformed the way how the public media operates. To a great extent, they serve only governmental propaganda. And all those laws could not be effectively subject of judicial review. So they are binding, but they also change the way things are in Poland. In 2017, we had this very difficult situation that the judicial reform was planned and implemented. This reform was stopped for a certain moment last July because of huge protests in more than 200 Polish cities. But at the end of the day, there were three laws that were adopted. The law on organization of common courts, and under this law, the Minister of Justice could exchange almost 150 presidents of courts. The law on the National Council of Judiciary, by virtue of this law, the 15 members of the National Council of Judiciary are now elected by the majority in the Parliament and not by their peers, as it was before, as it was in fact planned when the National Council of Judiciary was designed in Poland, but also the law on the Supreme Court. So the law which was adopted in December last year. So the law which provides for this yearly compulsory retirement for judges that cross the age of 65, although they should serve until 70. The law that provides for this preliminary termination of the office of the first president. The law that increases number of judges, so makes kind of a dilution of existing judges within some new incoming judges, as well as the law that creates a new disciplinary chamber in the Supreme Court. There are many more changes, but I will stick only to those most important ones. But when we look back, we see that the process of changes in Poland in last years is not only a question of those institutional changes, but also it is a process of challenging constitutional values, anti-democratic interpretation of some constitutional provisions, use of smear campaigns against judges, against NGO leaders, against some people that dare to have an alternative view. There are also some problems with policies that are subject of public attention. So some of the policies are basically used in order to strengthen the power, not vice versa. Like, for example, approach towards migration policies. Also, we've seen some restrictions on freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and there were also some disciplinary proceedings initiated, for example, against judges. And the effect of those proceedings could be something like chilling effect for their operation. But what is, I think, important to the European Parliament is that, as I said, public media are subject of governmental control, and they are used just in order to pass the governmental message, not the pluralist voice, but the governmental message. So I'm very much afraid how the campaign to the European Parliament will look like in a situation when public media do not have, in fact, this pluralistic role in a society. When we observe all those changes, we may think, what was the reaction of the international community? And I think that it is this good moment to make something like the summing up, and also to draw some lessons from those reactions. And I think it is important to take into account the idea of the RECONNECT project. So I understand that my role is also somehow to inspire you what could be done in your project. So Poland was subject of attention of different international institutions and international organizations. United Nations, We had a report by the UN Special Rapporteur on Judicial Independence. All those issues were subject of universal periodic review. There were different statements on the independence of the Constitutional Court in the recommendations adopted by the UN Committee on Human Rights. There were statements by the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights in Poland. When it comes to Council of Europe, a couple of opinions by Venice Commission. Niels Muźniec was twice in Poland and he made a very comprehensive report, especially on judicial independence. Recent report by GRECO on Poland. Poland was mentioned and in statements by the Council of Europe Secretary General and in his annual reports. OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, it has offices in Warsaw, which is the Office for the Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. And also OSCE contributed by making quite regular reports on legislation, especially legislation on NGOs, on National Council of Judiciary, on the Supreme Court. And those reports, those opinions on the legislation were really important in terms of showing what is really the standard, which is in fact violated by those pieces of legislation. And then we come to the EU. When it comes to the European Union, I think we should divide, I would say, two moments. So the first moment was when we had this constitutional crisis, when the Constitutional Court was subject of dismantling or subject of actions aimed to destroy its independence. So Poland, in fact, started to be something like a battleground for Article 7. So Article 7 was not used, and the cause of the Constitutional Court started with discussion on the Constitutional Court. But in fact, because this procedure was taking place so slowly, and because European Union was still learning how to use this instrument, in fact, in the meantime, the independence of the Constitutional Court was lost. So I remember one day when Mr. Timmermans had a press conference and he was saying about another set of recommendations, and on the same date, the new president of the Constitutional Court was appointed. And basically, it was quite obvious that there is no way back from this moment. But what is important is that in this 2016, I would say, procedures, the European Union was not so much interested into other procedures, was not so much interested in situation with public media, was not interested in some other changes that were having impact on the situation in Poland. So 2017 was the year of this fight for judicial independence, and right now I would say we are part of different kinds of proceedings. So there is this famous Selmer case, which is the European arrest warrant case, to what extent the mutual recognition and the principle of mutual trust should apply in case when the judiciary in one member state is not independent any longer. So we know the opinion of the Advocate General Kanchev, we wait for the judgment. We have Article 7 proceedings at the stage almost before making voting in the Council. We have Article 258 proceedings, which one set of proceedings which is already pending that concerns equality of men and women in terms of retirement age for judges, but this case, in my opinion, is not that material. And the new case that was started, it is not yet placed before the Court of Justice, but the notification by the Commission to the Polish government that was sent, in fact, this Monday. And there is also discussion about a possible new set of proceedings. So some Polish scholars are claiming that maybe it is the time for the Supreme Court to make a preliminary reference to the Court of Justice using the factor tame jurisprudence, saying that, you know, whether are we still independent court and from the point of view of the EU law, we'll see whether the Supreme Court will start this procedure. The question is, what was the effect of all those international activities and pressure until now? I think that in order to discuss this, we should take into account some both external factors and domestic factors. External factors are such. We live in a world of legal pluralism. Poland is member of international organizations and will be, it seems, wants to be still member of this international organization, and it requires some level of cooperation on and off. Basically, the whole situation has some impact on the investment conditions for business and legal stability. And so, for example, there are interesting statements by American Bar Association on this. There are some reputational costs which are connected with this attack on the rule of law. For sure, what is also the external factor having influence in Poland is the future of the European Union, future budget situation, but also the possibility to implement some national projects at the EU level, like, for example, common energy policy. And also, we should not forget about the United States, which is treated as a very serious ally for the Polish government. But when it comes to the domestic factors, we see that even if there is this international pressure, some domestic factors may basically cause an effect that the government is not that much concerned. So such issues like domestic consumption, investment by this government into the social rights agenda, which is in my opinion a good thing. The low level of civic awareness. Poland is the started transformation in 1989, and we didn't have, in my opinion, enough time to build the sense of constitutional patriotism and civic awareness. But also the problem is perception of the EU in terms of investment subsidies, but not in terms of political community of values. It is also, thanks to operation of the public media, it is also easier for the government to create its own image of things that happen in Poland and how Poland is allegedly attacked by some international partners, including the European Union. But it seems that if we take into account all those factors, and if we take into account this international pressure, which is continued, we may feel that there are maybe some signs of some successes. So I would like to say that those protests last July 2017 was something really important for all of us. The fact that judges were not all judges were involved into the I would say into supporting the governmental activities, because, for example, the Minister of Justice had a certain difficulty in finding candidates for court president, and he didn't find a number of them. The current situation in the Supreme Court and the unified position of other judges vis-à-vis the president of the Supreme Court is a good sign. So all of this gives some hope for saving rule of law and democracy in Poland, but we have to wait. But there are some lessons that should be learned. So I would like to just enumerate some negative lessons. When it comes to the EU, in my opinion, it was a very slow reaction. There were some visible divisions within the European Commission as regards approach to values of democracy and rule of law. There was, when it comes to the Constitutional Court, this reaction was so slow that the court was, in fact, taken over. EU was not so much interested in some topics, for example, the situation in public media, but also statement which was made by Mrs. Sophie Veld. So this question, why Poland is singled out in the rule of law framework, that there is a need for the comprehensive mechanism, and all the governments basically was using this argument. Second point is the insufficient cooperation between international institutions. So the question is to what extent the lesson from other international organizations was taken into account. The negative lesson is also that other international organizations could be ignored for a certain period of time because they do not have effective sanctions. So it has reputational costs of another recommendation, another statement by UN or body or Council of Europe body. But it is connected with the fact that in Poland we have low level of internalization of human rights, which means that the society is not sometimes feeling, what really does it mean that you are bound by some ratified international treaties. And also, I would say the negative lesson is that at a certain point, you could feel that the Polish scholarship was not that much engaged into the debate, except for some leading professors. Negative lesson is also insufficient support to independent NGOs, no good mechanisms for financing of independent NGOs, but also the practice that the government started to support some kind of friendly NGOs that were promoting the vision of the world by the government. And the last negative lesson I wanted to mention is the European Court of Human Rights. So in this particular situation, European Court of Human Rights and the possible complaint could not be a measure that would start institutional changes, because the judgment will come too late in order to start such changes. But there are also some positive lessons. The first positive lesson is small things matter. So even if there is a violation of some small standard, not even identifiable by the general public, there should be always a reaction, because only with reaction you can start a certain process of gradual habituation to some negative practices. Second, role of independent media as a controller of the government, and role of social media and blogosphere as an instrument of control. Interest of international media in the situation. Using freedom of information motions, transparency procedures, which is especially valuable in the information society with different international networks. Good cooperation between civil society at the EU level. Role of the independent national human rights institutions, and especially support given by other institutions from other countries, but also role of networks such as European Network of National Human Rights Institutions or international ombudsman institutions, and as well as cooperation with international scholars that support Polish scholars that deliver arguments, but they also present alternative view. And I think if I could name just one person, I think Lauren Pesch is, kind of a star in Poland thanks to his devotion to the Polish issue. To conclude, Poland has given to Europe in the 1980s of the last century the tradition of solidarity. President Lech Wałęsa is a symbol of this movement. But now solidarity is needed for Polish judges, NGOs, scholars, and others that fight domestically for human rights protection. This solidarity is also needed for friends from Hungary. This solidarity should come from other EU member states. Because when you have this sense of solidarity, it is much easier to fight, to stand against this tide, to have energy for action. But solidarity may work only if we live in the world of values. It should not be only our personal value to express our solidarity to friends, but it should be the value of the political community we live in. And this community should share the same values. It means that the EU should really be a community of values like democracy, rule of law, and human rights, and those values should not be betrayed at the altar of daily politics and challenges. Because solidarity is not only about showing some good human feelings, but it also means lack of agreement to some practices and an attempt to create a domination over the society by the state. So I hope that we'll reconnect in order to show solidarity to each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Bodnar, for a very inspiring speech. I think this is possibly the best kind of inspirational address that we could expect at the start of our RECONNECT program. And I'm also very happy that you are singing out one of our core partners in the project, Professor Laurent Fish, has already had reached star status in Poland. We hope many of the other partners will also reach star status in associated unspecified countries. It's now my great privilege and honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, who actually doesn't need any real introduction. It's Minister Didier Reynders, who is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of the Belgian federal government. Mr. Reynders has, of course, had a brilliant political career for 30 years in the meantime. And for the last 7 years, he has been Belgium's Minister for Foreign Affairs. There are too many things on his record that can be mentioned, but I think we should particularly highlight that human rights and rule of law are very, very close to his heart and central to his policy. I also want to congratulate the Minister with Belgium's election as a non-permanent member to the UN Security Council 1 month ago, which is, I think, a great achievement, and I hope we can also pursue those same policies in that agreement. So, without any further ado, because I know he has a very busy schedule, we will invite the Minister to the front here to give a keynote about member states and the rule of law, why we need to defend our values. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And, just to make the link to the previous speaker, coming back from Warsaw, I gave a lecture to 100 ambassadors coming from all the different parts of the world back to Warsaw for the diplomatic days in Poland. I was with my colleague. Of course, we have also an press briefing. First of all, about the rule of law. It was the major topic during all the discussions, and I will go just after this to the Parliament to give some answers to the Parliament members about the rule of law in Poland. So it will be a pleasure next year not only to sit in the Security Council, but to work with Poland in the Security Council, because we will sit in 1 year at least with Poland around the same table. But again, thank you for your invitation, and ladies and gentlemen, I want just to say some words about the way to reconnect, in fact, the citizens with the European project based on some values and some principles. And I'm sure it's very important to have such an ambitious objective that you try to have for the next years, but it's possible also to do the same every day at the political level. I try to meet students on a regular basis from the universities, but also younger, and also apart from here in the Paris to discuss every year about the situation in Europe. And I try to send also a lot of diplomats to the different schools in Belgium to try to discuss also with the young people about the future of Europe. Of course, they have very concrete questions about the Erasmus program, to give an example, maybe about their possible future jobs, but also they wonder about what it means to be European now and the values Europe stands for. I receive many questions about climate change, about migration, but also about the values and certainly about the rule of law. And we do indeed face difficult debates currently on the respect for rule of law and fundamental rights in different EU member states. I listened to the comments about the situation in Poland. I gave myself my reaction yesterday about the situation in Poland. I will continue to do that. But it's not the only one difficult situation that we have. And I'm sure that difficult issues arise in all member states, including mine, about judicial reforms, the role of the civil society, the fight against terror, migration, or protection for privacy, and to quote just some examples. And those discussions are often divided, but also demonstrate that the European Union does not have all the necessary tools to react to those challenges that can arise in any of our countries. And the role of the Commission, of course, is very important. The Commission is the guardian of the treaties, but the European Parliament does also organize debates and vote resolutions on different issues. At the level of the Council, we have yearly discussions in the General Council on rule of law issues. This is to be welcome, but it is not enough. And we have also, of course, a very strong mechanism with the Article 750. We are busy for the moment with that about the situation in Poland, but it's quite difficult to manage. And I'm sure that we need to organize something else and to organize more the capacity to prevent difficult situations in different member states. The reason why I suggest 2 years ago, it was at the beginning of 2016, to develop a regular peer review mechanism among member states, allowing all of us, like we have for economic criteria, to analyze the situation in each of our countries. This mechanism should be based on the principle of non-discrimination first, but also equal treatment and objectivity. I'm in charge for the Foreign Affairs since 7 years, but before I was in charge for the Finance Department during 30 years. So I followed all the discussions in the Eurogroup and the ECOFIN about the budgetary situation in all the member states. And it's more and more difficult to explain that we are organizing such a development and such a kind of recommendations to all the member states about the budget, all the economic criteria coming from Maastricht Treaty, and we don't organize the same discussions about the values, about the rule of law, democracy, and human rights in all the member states. And now it's time to do that. And of course, such a mechanism I try to propose is, if it's possible, based on some elements. I said some principles, but also it must be light and complement existing mechanisms, assessing rule of law and respect for fundamental rights. It should be open to all member states and ideally take place within the General Affairs Council. I prefer to start with all the maybe 27 member states, because it will be just in the months after the Brexit that we will organize a real discussion on that. But I prefer to start with all the member states if it's possible, but if it's not, it's maybe useful to start with part of the Council. But the preference is to go through that in the General Affairs Council. It's aimed to create a real discussion where problems can be discussed at the yearly stage, where good practices can be exchanged, and dialogue amongst equals. And it's very important to do that with all the people on the table. Finally, this peer review is not meant to replace any current mechanism. It will complement what already exists. And we need to use some information coming from other mechanisms. I mean, just to give an example, the annual periodic review in the Human Rights Council, framework of the United Nations, we have such a kind of instrument there with all the member states of the United Nations to exchange on democracy, human rights, and rule of law. So we can use all the different elements coming from such an annual periodic review, which it's possible also to organize the same kind of process using the different elements coming from the Council of Europe. We have there many discussions about the situation in front of the rule of law. The same at the national level. I discussed this morning with some of your colleagues from Belgium, most Ombudsman and women from Belgium. Why not take also on board the different remarks that we receive from those institutions in the different member states? And then, of course, there is a role for the Commission to organize the process and to organize a political debate at the level of the General Council. Such a substantive dialogue is also essential for our credibility outside of the European Union. If we want to continue to defend human rights in international fora, but also towards enlargement countries, I think in particular about the Balkans, we are insisting heavily on respect for rule of law for candidate countries, which is good, but should then be able to also discuss those issues within the European Union. I'm sure that to express strong views on the situation in relation with rule of law and human rights in many parts of the world, it's needed to do the job at home. And if we don't start with a real job at home, it will be more and more difficult to try to give some comments everywhere in the world. We are champions to give some lessons everywhere outside the European Union. We need to start a process to not to do the same, not to give some lessons, but to scrutinize the situation inside. Respect for rule of law is also essential. I'm also in charge for trade for Belgium, and it's essential for the well functioning of the European Union, and in the European Union for the well functioning of the internal market. As we know that mutual trust is essential between our courts and jurisdictions for the well functioning of this internal market. The Acmea case, where the court in Luxembourg ruled that bilateral investment treaties between EU member states were not legal anymore, could make this principle even more important as investors will have to rely on national jurisdiction. I have said it in Poland some hours ago. It's very important to us to be sure that there are some independent courts and tribunals in Poland, because if it's not the case, it will be more and more difficult for Belgian investors to go to Poland, and maybe also for some Belgian citizens just to go to Poland and to live there, with a lack of capacity to have a real trust in some jurisdiction. So it's quite important to manage the process. And we are working further on such an initiative. And it's my hope to convince all member states to participate so that it could be launched in the near future. For the details of such a process, our director of ambassador class, in charge of the project, will also be presenting to last panel today, in case you have further questions on the peer review mechanism. Let me just say that if it's possible to go further with such a proposal, and it seems to be, it will be interesting to start something before the next European election. So I'm hoping that at the end of this year, beginning of next year, we'll have consensus on that. And I was very in a good position in the last months to discuss on such an initiative, because I have seen that also in Poland, I receive now a real support to do that. And I'm sure that it's very important for all the member states to understand that it's better to have a mechanism to prevent such a possible problem in one or other member state than to wait till we have a real confrontation with the Commission on the basis of Article 7. And I see, to be honest, a risk with such an Article 7 of the treaty, because if at the end of the process, it's impossible to reach a qualified majority. It's not only a problem in strengthening of the European Union, but it would say that in fact, the European Union is saying that there's no problem. To take a case in Poland. So I prefer to prevent something else, and maybe to give more responsibilities to the Court of Justice of the European Union, because it's maybe there that it's possible to take a real decision about the treaty, about the interpretation of the treaty, the interpretation of the values, the basis of the treaties, and also to have a real influence in one country. Just again, in Poland, it will be easier, I'm sure, to change the law after a condemnation in the Court of Justice than after a discussion at the political level in the Council. So it's really very interesting in the future to have first step with such a mechanism, a peer review, to prevent, and as a second step, if it's impossible to stop a process in one or another member state, to go to the Court of Justice to take a real decision. And let me conclude by saying that your project, reconciling Europe with its citizens through democracy and the rule of law, is very timely, like we try to be with all proposals of peer review. Our citizens are waiting for answers. The challenges to the rule of law could affect fundamentals of the European Union. Being a member of the European Union is not just a geographical fact, but a political choice. And it implies, among other aspects, the full respect for fundamental rights and the rule of law. We should be able, without blame and shame or finger pointing, to take our responsibility. And I'm sure that we try to do that with our proposal. And it will be interesting also to discuss with 27 member states to avoid the evolution that we have seen in the last months, such a feeling in the eastern part of Europe that we are discussing more about the rule of law for the new member states more than 10 years now than for the others. And I repeat, there are a lot of concerns in all the member states, maybe not at the same level, but there are concerns about the rule of law, democracy, and human rights in all the member states. So I'm hoping that it will be possible to make some progress on that. We have organized in the last 2 days a first meeting of the Friends of Rule of Law, 10 member states, and then with the 27, a second meeting yesterday, a seminar about our proposal to try to have a fine-tuning of our text and to be able, I said, in the next months to come back with a definitive proposal to the General Council. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, of course, for your attention, and I wish you the best work for the RECONNECT project. We try to reconnect at all levels some member states together about the rule of law, and I'm sure that it's very important if we want to convince certainly the young citizens of Japan Union, that the Union is not just an internal market. It's also, at first, a project based on some values and principles. Thank you very much.
We are deeply grateful to Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister Reynders for his very inspiring talk and for all the initiatives that he is actually taking in this field. I think there are many, many things that we have already been discussing in the RECONNECT project that tie immediately to some of his remarks, so I'm sure we can deepen these discussions during the panel. I'm also very grateful that the Ambassador Peter Klaas, who is closely working with the Minister on these initiatives, will be participating in the Policy Roundtable on the rule of law later this afternoon. So, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we're now doing a little bit a change of scenery. We're going to go to this type of setting with the Policy Roundtable. So may I kindly invite the chair, Julie Smith, to come to the fore, and also all the panel members. Take a seat, test the microphone, and so on. So we'll have a little bit of flux situation for 2 minutes. Bear with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is this working? Can people at the back hear? Great. It's my great honour and privilege this afternoon to open the first policy panel. Obviously, the two panels are meant to bring together the two key themes of RECONNECT, democracy and the rule of law. And we've already heard this afternoon from our two keynote speakers about the importance of both of those values and principles, as Deputy Prime Minister Reynders put it. They are values and principles which I hope my country still believes in. But obviously I am representing the United Kingdom. I'm work package leader. Right, we're starting again. Good. Sounds better on my end as well. So I hope people heard enough of what I said for me not to repeat it. Yeah. Right, okay, I'll start again. I am delighted this afternoon to be chairing the first of the two policy panels representing the democracy part of the work of RECONNECT. As you've already heard, RECONNECT is looking at the themes of democracy and the rule of law, but in the context of a very clear need to bring Europe closer to its citizens. This isn't new. The whole idea of the Convention on the Future of Europe back in 2002-2003 was predicated on the idea that we needed to bring Europe closer to its citizens. But the idea of RECONNECT is very much to think again about how we actually understand citizen perceptions on European integration and finding a way for political elites to listen again to citizens and bring the values together. But the point where it was decided I needed to change the microphone was where I said that as somebody from the United Kingdom, I very much hope my country still believes in democracy and the rule of law. But obviously, I'm from one of the participants in RECONNECT, which is currently a member state of the European Union. by the time RECONNECT ends, unfortunately, the United Kingdom is unlikely still to be a member of the European Union. And I sort of feel with the RECONNECT logo, the bit in the middle with yellow, pale blue, and dark blue, and there's a large white bit. And I think the large white bit might be represented this afternoon by me from the United Kingdom and Amikai as a representative from Israel. So part of the RECONNECT team in terms of work packages, but two of us from outside or eventually outside the European Union. But this panel brings together a mix of investigators who are part of the working groups of the RECONNECT project and also from our International Advisory Board. So we have an international panel this afternoon. I'm just going to say a brief word to introduce each speaker as I turn to them. Hopefully you've got their biographies in front of you. I didn't have, so I had to crib them just before. But the speakers tell me they were told they had 5 to 10 minutes, and I was told they had 5 minutes. So what I'm hoping to do is tell everyone they have 5 minutes and stop people after 7 minutes. So hopefully that is going to work and ensure that you all have a chance to come in questions in due course. The expectation is that we're going round the horseshoe, starting with Professor Alberto Alemanno, Jean Monnet Professor of EU Law and Risk Regulation at HEC Paris. But in particular, I think of relevance to this project, Director and Co-founder of The Good Lobby. And the aim of that is to increase civic engagement. So very much one of the key themes that in RECONNECT we need to be thinking about. So, Alberto, over to you.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Congratulations to RECONNECT. I cannot imagine a more dramatically timely moment for this project to kick off. And I'm glad to have the chance to share a few initial ideas. As you correctly pointed out, I'm an academic. I spent time in the ivory tower, but already a few years ago, I realized that I should occupy a little office at the really bottom of this tower. It's much easier to get out and sometimes to come in. So I spent the last 5-6 years getting in and out of the ivory tower, and that's probably also the reason why I had the chance to be involved in this project. I sit into the board of a few civil society organizations that are much more alive than what we can think of when discussing Europe in institutional circles. I could mention European Alternatives, I could mention We Move, campaigning organizations that are trying to do transnational work, from which I got a lot of inspiration and to which I try to give my contribution. So let me start by addressing the first question that has to do with the democratic deficit. And my point of view as about democratic deficit, this presupposes to compare basically apples and pears. We cannot use the same parameters of legitimacy we use for the nation state when looking at the European Union. Plus, the EU today is not a monolith. It is pretty clear that the European institutional triangle works very differently than the Eurogroup, which is not subject to the very same principle of good administration, for instance, as the other. So my first claim is the real challenge for us today is not about challenging or at least addressing the so-called democratic deficit, but is to highlight what I call the democratic intelligibility. So the fact that today there's a deficit of intelligibility in the way in which the European Union works, in the way in which citizens can engage with it. Today, only 40% of citizens claim to know something about the EU, claim to be comfortable in knowing the rights they can draw from the European Union. I guess there's some optimistic bias in this. I think there are even less, because us, the so-called experts, in my case also very foreigner, we also struggle in understanding what the European Union does and how it works. And I spent the last 20 years working on it. So my second claim is that today we struggle in building what we could define a public sphere around European issues. The process of Europeanization is much deeper than what we think of. If you think about the United Kingdom, in a couple of years' time, it might be out of the Union, but it will still remain very much European. So how can we somehow cover this gap or fill the gap between the level of Europeanization existing today and the way in which politics, the way in which the media, they do depict the European Union? And finally, the third claim that I put at the center of my work, which I think is very problematic when thinking about the reconnection between citizens and the EU has to do what I call the civic empowerment gap. The fact that the political process today is distributed so unequally among citizens and among actors, it is extremely difficult to expect citizens to believe into the European decision-making process and its own legitimate process. So the question I think that we are facing as researchers and as engaged citizens is, what can citizens do in this quite opaque, undecipherable, unintelligible decision-making process that is affecting their lives, but in relation to which they don't know how to engage and how to be informed and how to realize they are affected by it. And here the good news stemming from some research I've been doing over the last year that led me to publish a book is that in reality, the European Union scores much better and much higher in terms of accountability and transparency than the average member state. The opportunities for the average European citizen to engage into public consultation, into agenda setting by somehow putting forward ideas to the policymakers, and finally in monitoring and making them accountable are significantly more important than those existing at the national level. But the problem with this is that most of these mechanisms seem to be quite legalistic, they tend to be unknown, and therefore they are underused. Paradoxically, the very major beneficiaries of the multiplication of these tools that developed since the white paper on governance published in the year 2000, 20 years ago, we have been before, as Professor Veld mentioned earlier, is that at the end of the day, today, the major beneficiaries have been the usual suspects, corporate interests that have been quite smart in hijacking and using instrumentally those tools. So the obstacles to effective participation in Europe are not very different than those existing at the national level. They are certainly more complicated due to the first reasons I mentioned earlier regarding the lack of a public sphere, the lack of public knowledge and understanding. So here I see two major elements that I think are worth scrutinizing. We know that the EU, unlike most of the jurisdictions across the world, derives its own legitimacy from two sources: electoral democracy, representative democracy, but also from participatory democracy. And that's a very powerful statement contained in the treaty. And this is basically what we should look at. So when we look at the representative democracy, we're going to have European elections in 1 year's time, there's a major novelty: the emergence of so-called transnational movement and parties. It is the first time in 70 years in which there's a demand for political representation from the bottom. And we can see at the left, in the center, in the right, movement ranging from DiEM, led by Yanis Varoufakis, all the way to Generation Identity, an ethno group that is really against Europe as it stands, going through Veld, the youth organization, that try to occupy such a space. And then, and I'm coming to a close, we can see the other space and the major novelties on the so-called participatory democracy. And here we see huge efforts made today to mobilize citizens on specific issues. So if you think about what's happened in Poland, we can say with a certain degree of confidence that it's because 5-6 NGOs in Poland set up a European front, that the European Commission was quite quick in accelerating its decision to introduce an immediate action against Poland in relation to the last movement. This played a role. Public opinion was there. Today, in Strasbourg, the copyright directive was voted against, and it doesn't happen very often. 95% of the Commission proposal they go through, but these won't, because there's been an unprecedented mobilization of citizens who became very concerned about what Article 1, now very famous Article 11 and 13, do say in relation to copyright. So what I'm saying here is that there's a process of Europeanization happening at the political and participatory level that goes well beyond what the institutions are capable of capturing. And if you're able to conceptualize this, I think we could make a huge step in reconnecting the citizens with the decision-making process affecting the life more than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, A, for an excellent contribution, B, for keeping to time, and C, for so cunningly having your watch so that I could read the time on your watch and I didn't have to keep peering down. So all of those were excellent for a start, but it reminded me of the final point that Sophie Veld made in her video contribution, where she said she hoped to meet us at the end of our project. And I thought, surely that's not the point. that what we should be doing is ensuring that we talk to members of the European Parliament and other European institutions as we go through. Because otherwise, if we listen to citizens' perceptions and 4 years down the line suddenly give findings to MEPs and say, well, this is what we found, what do you think? That's a little bit too late. And so I think some of the interactions and talking to the institutions and members of the institutions at an early stage would be very helpful. But we now turn to Doctor or Professor? You're a Professor? Yes. The list I had was a very brief list, so I sort of filled in some of the details. But Professor Richard Youngs, who is Professor of International Relations at Warwick and a Senior Fellow at Carnegie Europe, but rather like Vivian Schmidt to my left, has been working on crises, so has a recent book on Eastern crises. But while we're thinking about reconnecting citizens in Europe, we are in a context where for the last 10 years, the European Union has been facing crises of one sort or another, which then fit into some concerns about a loss of solidarity and so on. So, Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It strikes me a first challenge that RECONNECT faces is just to conceptualize the challenge of democracy in the correct way. It's clear that democracy is in serious trouble in many countries. Every week books are coming out about the end of democracy, the death of democracy, democracy standing on the edge of the abyss. Things are clearly very bad, but it strikes me also that it's important not to exaggerate. I think if we exaggerate, then the policy advice that flows from our research is likely to be unwise. So there's a lot of negative things happening around Europe, but I think also there's some positive potential as well. To me, it's interesting that when we debate these issues today, we normally come at them through the lens of populism. It seems to me that populism is one very serious challenge affecting democracy and rule of law in Europe. It's not the only one. It's not the only one. I think it's important that we remember that there are a broad range of structural challenges facing democracy, and this is not just a debate about populism. I think if we focus just on populism, then it gives the impression this is a rather narrow problem that in reality it actually is. I tend to agree with Alberto. I don't think this debate is either just about the democratic deficit defined in the traditional, very institutionalized ways. It seems to me that perhaps an alternative approach for RECONNECT is to start by trying to think through what a good quality, comprehensive democracy would look like, and then work back to try and ascertain what European countries need to do to meet those standards of good quality democracy. I think in the future, the story of democracy, European democracy, will be about finding the right combination between more or less as Alberto said as well, the right combination between participatory democracy, direct democracy, and representative democracy. I think what's interesting for your project is that things are moving, things are changing in each of these three dimensions. In terms of participatory democracy, a huge number of new citizens, initiatives, and assemblies have emerged in recent years. I agree with Alberto. I think the challenge is not necessarily needing a huge additional number of these kind of initiatives, but to make sure they actually are properly effective. And crucially, that they do not simply end up as being consultations that don't lead to any tangible policy output, but actually plug into other areas of democratic representation. Direct democracy is also on the rise across Europe. Instruments of direct democracy are being increasingly used. We all know direct democracy has got something of a bad reputation because of certain very high-level referenda over recent years. But there are other types of direct democracy that are functioning at a much lower level, a more local level, and in a way that is less polarizing. So it seems to me that citizens' demands for more direct democracy is a genie that cannot be put back in the bottle. And the challenge for you is to try and find ways of ensuring that direct democracy is used in a way that it doesn't have such high-level negative ramifications. Then on representative democracy, one issue is the issue of the organisation of political groups in the European Parliament, but there are other challenges as well. Many academics talk about the way the whole nature of political representation is changing. Today, technological digital apps give citizens the ability to reconnect with their representatives in a much more, but I think also potential disadvantages in potentially undermining or undercutting the role that political parties have traditionally played in building coherent ideological platforms. So it seems to me that in each of these areas, things are happening. Some of the trends are positive, others are more problematic. And I think the challenge in the future is to understand how all these different types of democratic reform can be combined together to make sure citizens reconnect with the political system. That's in a way the more conceptual level at which I think democracy has to be developed and that will inform your project. Then clearly there's the more immediate problem of governments actually restricting civic space and basic democratic freedoms. I think Carlos will talk about this more, Laurent as well. But I think for me the issue is that this is not just about Poland and Hungary. It's not just about Article 7 and the legal infringement proceedings or the potential peer review mechanism. These restrictions on democratic freedoms are being restricted in more or less all European countries, in all EU member states. And I think we need to look at ways of getting ahead of the curve and building up what we might call civic resilience, stronger civic resilience, to make sure democracy can actually function in a proper way. And my one policy suggestion here would be that the EU has done a lot of good work trying to protect civic space outside the European Union. And it's had experience doing this for 5 to 10 years already. And I think a lot of this experience could be imported into the EU today in terms of trying to shore up European democracy itself. Then final issue I put on the table that I think will be a conceptual issue of real central importance to the RECONNECT project is the problematic relationship between liberalism and democracy. I think we all know today that skeptics would say, if we actually reconnect citizens with the political system, the results could be very problematic. It could actually go against basic liberal values. And some people would say today, either we have democracy or we have liberalism, we cannot have both. It's interesting to me that, particularly in the wake of the UK referendum, these kind of the concept of democracy that Aristotle had, about the role of epistocracy, the role of elites and experts running democracy in a more controlled fashion, come back into vogue. It seems to me that it is very useful to be reminded that liberalism and democracy don't necessarily go together. I think there's a danger of pushing the debate too far in the opposite extreme, of thinking that they are somehow mutually exclusive to each other. I think a big challenge for your project will be to research the conditions under which participatory mechanisms can be used in a way that actually underpins liberal values, rather than putting those those values at risk. That's an enormously difficult and problematic challenge. But to me, it seems to be one that will define the future story of European democracy.
Thank you very much. When Cambridge University decided to put Carl Schmitt onto the first year reading list, I thought, why is Carl Schmitt here? And then I suppose I better read Carl Schmitt. And then eventually this year, when I was reading an essay that one of my final year students had written on populism and democracy, I said, very well, but you better go back and read Carl Schmitt. And he claimed that he had done, and he came out with a first-class mark in that paper. So hopefully we do need to go back and think about some readings that aren't always the first things that those of us who write on democracy in the 21st century would want to think about. But I think those challenges of reconciling liberalism and democracy do need perhaps to be rethought. We now shift slightly more from the academic to the more practical with Jelika Chalky from the who's a senior researcher at Freedom House. And she obviously is working on a range of issues that link to democracy, the rule of law, and also bringing in the key aspects that ought to be keeping us all true to ourselves, namely the media. And yet in the world of the 21st century and fake news, whether we can rely on that anymore, I'm not sure. So over to you.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you for the invitation. In fact, I will echo many of the comments of my colleagues here, but we'll probably put this more of a practitioner's spin on it. I heard that's welcome here, so I'm glad that I can do that. And I think I will be also a bridge between this panel and the next panel, because I work mostly on Central Europe and I focus on Central European issues. And I also say that I think right now, and I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that I think the future of Europe, in a sense, is being played out in Central Europe. And we might disagree, and we can discuss that later on. But I am not sure that there is a recognition in all over Europe how important that battleground right now is. But I will not focus on that. Instead, let me say a few things about the topic at hand. And I'm glad that my colleagues have already criticized the framing around the democratic deficit, so I don't have to do that. Instead, let me say that when we talk about democratic deficit, I think we have been trying to put the pants on backwards. I think that for us to be able to find relevant answers to issues right now in Europe and to be able to come up with ideas and solutions, we have to be able to reframe the debate on our terms. And to do that, I was very glad to read on RECONNECT's website and to hear this morning that this project aims to create a new narrative for Europe. Because I think that is the correct starting point. That is where we have to start discussing these issues. And I know that this is a very ambitious undertaking, but I think to refer back to my previous point about Central Europe, I think it is a very important undertaking because there are leaders right now in Europe who have a narrative, who have a story, and they say that whenever they are asked, whenever they are not asked. They have answers that, of course, most of us think are not answers to the problems, but they have answers and they have solutions that they say loudly enough. And so I think that it will be difficult to create that counter narrative in a sense, but it will also be very easy for us. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because we already have some of the answers. We don't have to come up with a completely new ideology. We have a basic understanding of what democracy is. What are those fundamental tenets that are important? Of course, we can discuss the liberal element, the participatory element. We can discuss many of the other aspects, but we know that institutions, that rule of law, separation of powers are very important. And so this is the easier part. The more difficult part, I think, for us is that we have forgotten how to market this, how to be enthusiastic about democracy. We have forgotten how to explain it to other people. And I think we have to come up with better answers besides it's 2018 or quite technocratic, technical approaches. And I think the right question is how to build Europe or how to rebuild Europe around values, democratic values. And I think if we ask that question, then we avoid falling into the trap of discussing whether it's a federal Europe that's a better solution, whether it's a Europe based on nation state, and so on and so forth. And if we ask that question, then we also have a common project, a common goal, something that we can work towards and we can be proud of, something that we can really be proud of and motivated by. And of course, in the long term, or maybe in the near term, a multi-speed Europe is something that's inevitable. But we all know that on rule of law, there cannot be two speeds in Europe because the EU is way too interconnected for that. I think we are starting to see that more and more right now. And so let me just conclude by a few encouraging thoughts that if this hasn't been encouraging enough so far, that already we are seeing some citizen engagement along these lines. So in just yesterday in Poland, that as Supreme Court Chief Justice Gersdorf was accompanied by tens of thousands of people when going to work, or in Romania, where people have been protesting again and again for almost 2 years against government actions, Slovakia as well, Hungary as well, and in many other countries. And so I think that these citizens keep disproving this saying that people don't care about courts, that these are elite projects. That's not true. They go out and protest in tens and thousands. And I think we should not forget about that.
Thank you very much. There's always a danger that we sort of get ground down with the idea that everything is dreadful and awful. So the idea that there are some positive thoughts already at this stage is absolutely fantastic. But I mentioned earlier that Richard Young has worked on crises. We're now turning to Professor Vivian Schmidt, who seems, I think, to have a little bit of a death wish, because she is currently working on the Eurozone crisis, but she also has a Guggenheim Award to be working on the rhetoric of discontent. So she's moving from one realm of the somewhat depressing, the Eurozone crisis, which has been going on for the best part of a decade, through to the rhetoric of discontent, which potentially is permeating across the European Union. Vivian is spends part of her time in Europe, but is officially the Jean-Marie Professor of European Integration at the Frederick S. Pardee School of Global Studies, I'm told, and Professor of Political Science at Boston University. So I think, again, she fits into that little white bit of the RECONNECT logo.
Well, thank you. I'm delighted to be here, and congratulations on this project, which is just wonderful, and I'm delighted to be able to participate in any way I can and learn a lot from the results. So, having been obsessed with the Eurozone crisis for many years, and then, of course, when Brexit happened and then Trump happened, I became obsessed with that too. How does one respond to all of this? And I think it is about asking, deep questions, not just about the policy questions, what can we do, which I've also been looking at, but what does this mean? And how do we understand legitimacy? And as I've been thinking about it, it occurred to me that there are two ways in which one can ask questions about legitimacy. And one is legitimacy as governing authority. So public is a Bavarian sense, public consent for a governing authority for what is. But then there's also legitimacy in terms of governing activity. And that's public consent or lack thereof for what governments do. And that would be policies, and here I'm thinking about output legitimacy, processes, what I call throughput legitimacy, and then of course politics, which is input legitimacy. And it seems to me these two are connected, but they're not the same things. And that there's a lot of literature nowadays on European identity, that there is such a thing, it may be thin, but there's a sense of Europeanness, and also a sense of overlapping public spheres in European democracy. That's democracy with a Brooklyn accent. And I think that's all tremendously important, but it's not enough. Because part of the problem here is, it seems to me, that we are increasingly getting a sense that the EU authority has been accepted, except for the UK, of course. But that generally has been accepted, including Varoufakis in Greece. The authority has been accepted, but the policies, the activities, the governing activities have been rejected, or at least are increasingly contested. And the problem is that the more they're contested, the more that will ultimately undermine the authority. But also, the more they're contested, it may also change what we think of as the EU as an authority. So all of this stuff on values and what Richard was also saying about, we have new narratives, we have new we have Schmittian, as in Carl Schmitt, of course. We have Carl Schmittian narratives here about the other, etc., which is tremendously dangerous. So it may be that the EU continues as an authority, but not the liberal kind of authority with liberal values that we thought about before. So that's really my first point. And then the second, if I can ever find it, is about the politicization of the EU. Because I think that's a really important thing to look at. And there are three ways of thinking about it. Because politicization occurs at three levels. One is at the bottom through national politics, and we're seeing that with the rise of populism, with the national governments increasingly being taken over by populist, various kinds of populist coalitions. That's at the bottom. It goes from the bottom up in terms of how national politics affects EU actors. You see this in the Council, but you also see it in the European Parliament. But we also have politics and new political dynamics of interaction at the EU level itself, amongst EU actors. And these are political struggles for power and influence among the various EU actors. They're ideational about the ideas that should prevail. They're institutional, which actor gets to do what. And they're also coercive, who imposes the costs of what on whom. But these battles are not just over power, they're also about legitimacy. And the question is not only about who acts with the power of legitimate authority, but about which policies and processes are legitimate and on what grounds. And so, in a way, we have at the EU level also discursive battles inside amongst EU actors about what's legitimate and appropriate. But we also have an externalization of that. Because all EU actors now join in the public discourse, deliberation, and contestation much more than in the past. And I think when you're looking at how do citizens reconcile themselves with the EU and how do they reconnect, one needs to think about all three levels. And so finally, what is the impact of politicization on EU legitimacy as we see it going on? Is it a good thing? One could argue that yes, for input legitimacy, more politicization is good. Is it a bad thing? Output legitimacy, less effective policies because of the conflicting preferences. I think actually it's just a thing. Politicization is here to stay, especially given the Eurozone crisis, refugee crisis, Brexit, security crisis. Do I need to go on? Terrorism? Trade, Trump. So I think it's like it or not, it's a thing. It's here to stay. And so I think about this as, if we think about it, over 10 years ago, I talked about the national level as politics without policy. It seems to me that it's now politics against policy. And perhaps in the UK, politics against polity. At the EU level, I had described it as policy without politics. It's now policy with politics. I think the big question for the EU level is how one manages to succeed in turning things around. This is really what we've been talking about. And it seems to me the most problematic issues are at the national level. Because as the EU has taken more and more policy issues and has basically become more and more responsible for policy making and for policy issues, the national level has been emptied of substance, or at least of the substantive debates. How do you bring that back? And it seems to me that in policy recommendations, we need to give back control in as many areas as possible. I think in particular, where the control has gone way too far is in the Eurozone and the European semester. And one would need to think about flipping that and making the European semester bottom up rather than top down. It's in fact not as top down as everyone thinks, in truth, but citizens perceive it as top down, as hierarchical, and become very anti-EU at that. But at the same time, we need to continue to have the coordinating architecture, and in some areas we need to deepen, not only in the Eurozone, i.e. more instruments of solidarity, but what do we do about immigration, etc. So these are all policy areas, but I think I'll end with just saying we also need to, which echoes what everyone else said, we need to renew EU and national level ideas, discourse, and values. Where are the responses to the discourses of the extreme right? Where are the social democrats in all of this? Where's the left? Even the extreme left in Spain. Okay, but elsewhere. So basically, and I'll conclude on this. we need new discourses. We also need new narratives, and hopefully this project will help us get there.
Thank you very much. I thought we were going to be brought down from the optimism through the whole litany of crises, including Brexit and Trump, and the point where one stops and thinks, oh no, not all those issues again. I think Brexit is officially not an item today, which is good news for me. The left that has appeared suddenly again in Spain, and we are about to turn to a Spanish contribution. But the 4 speakers so far have all been part of our international advisory board, to the best of my knowledge. The final 2 speakers are work package leaders and principal investigators taking part in the project. And the first of those is Professor Carlos Closer, who has been in a variety of different guises, but is a former member of the Venice Commission, which is obviously relevant for a project on democracy and the rule of law, and is, as I understand it, currently professor at the Institute of Public Goods and Policies at the CISC in Madrid.
Thank you, Marjorie. When I received the invitation to participate in this roundtable, I received a substantial number of questions I could address, and I was a little bit puzzled because I didn't know really what to do or how to do it. But then I reflected a little bit, and I thought, well, I can take this opportunity to be a little bit self-critical with myself as part of the project, and to reflect on something which is not specifically integrated in one of the 2 elements of the project, democracy and rule of law, but rather to the link between democracy and the rule of law. And it seems to me that we are really very much assuming that those 2 concepts work in the European space like the tracks of a train. So the train can go through the tracks as far as those 2 tracks do not meet, because if they meet, there may be a crash, right? So my assumption here, what I want to say is that in a way, we assume that democracy and the rule of law are kind of separate fields. But when we bring them together, there are some problems that we perhaps need to integrate in our consideration and also in our future recommendations. So let me start by what is my starting point. Normally, we assume, and this is a kind of very obvious thing to say, that democracy and rule of law are coterminous. So you cannot have democracy without the rule of law. And that's very much integrated in European constitution after Second War. So I'm not saying anything that is contentious here, right? But what we have also is an alternative way to conceptualize the relationship between those 2 concepts, which problematize it. And it's, perhaps an example would be the Jeffersian model of democracy, right? That says you cannot establish limits to democracy by means, not simply rule of law, but constitutionalism, which is deeply associated with the notion of rule of law. So there is an alternative way to see the relationship between democracy and rule of law that creates a tension between both. How far can we establish limits to the democratic will of the people? And that's a very important element because it's at the root of the discourses that we have nowadays in Europe. It is, of course, well known that in certain countries and constituencies, there is an appeal to this unrestricted will of the majority. But it's not only the case of Hungary and Poland. Perhaps we have too much said about that. Think about my own country. We have an episode in which a group of people in a specific part of the country said that majority cannot be restricted by any kind of legality. Hence, there is a capacity to go beyond the legal norms, to advance beyond constitutional norms, and democracy can create an alternative situation. And that was rated in many areas in the continent as a truly acceptable position. There were scholars writing about something called revolutionary legality, which is something really shocking for anyone who is acquainted with the notion of law. There were also scholars speaking about the possibility to have legal pluralism as a mechanism to accommodate a different alternative view to conceptualize and to view rule. So what I'm saying is that next to the predominant view of the accommodation between rule of law and democracy, what is emerging is an alternative view that problematizes the relationship between both of them. Let's be aware of that. Not too much, because I don't think it's a kind of hegemonic position anywhere in the continent, but nevertheless is there. And the possibility against hegemonic is a possibility that can happen in future, as it happened with an alternative view of democracy, what I call Peter Pan democracy, which is emerging the idea that you can have the cake and eat it. You can have a decision and not taking any responsibility for those decisions. So we have to be aware of these alternative conceptualizations. Of course, we know that most of the problems are not at the level of principle, which is one of the elements of the RECONNECT project, but rather at the level of practice. The problems with rule of law and democracy are at the level of practices. And we know the cases, I'm not going to expand myself about that. Now, what I want to say, and this is really my thesis for this very short introductory remarks, is that if we take seriously the system of a multi-level governance system in the European Union, or at least a two-level system governance at the European Union, we need to think very hard how to accommodate the working of the two principles in two levels. And that opens to me at least two very important dimensions for discussion. The first one is how we can oppose democracy at the national level with rule of law at the supranational level. I know that many of you would be horrified for me saying that, because it's an argument that has been put forward by certain governments in certain areas. Leaving aside that those arguments are not really acceptable because they are based on facts which are not acceptable, nevertheless it's true that this argument deserves some kind of scrutiny. Can we oppose simply rule of law at the European level to democracy at the national level when democracy at the European level is faulty? I don't buy the argument that we don't have a problem of democracy. Probably we don't have a democratic deficit as has been described since the 80s, but we have something different. If you look at the way the crisis has been resolved in countries like Greece, Portugal, Ireland, the way in which national parliaments have intervened during the crisis and after the crisis to scrutinize the mechanisms that have been created under the macroeconomic and fiscal policy, the low turnout in the European Parliament elections and the alleged lack of representativity that is going to be even worse because the recently approved norms that will make more difficult for the state to get to the Parliament. There are a number of issues that speak to us about certain weaknesses in the concept of democracy in the European Union. In that case, the theoretical argument that we are very well equipped to deal with democratic crisis at the national level has got some kind of fault. So we have a first issue there that I think deserves criticism. The second one, which is perhaps a little bit more specific and goes to the level of principles and to the level of constitutional design, speaks about something more precise. The European Union has been very efficient in constructing this notion of values, but it's a notion that is not specifically related to the notion of constitutional principles. What I want to say is that you go to national constitutions, you have principles like rule of law that is immediately deployed in some kind of constitutional principles like separation of powers. We don't have the same thing at the European Union level. So we have the value of the value of rule of law without an equivalent constitutional principle of separation of powers. And surprisingly, if you look at the constitutions of Poland and Hungary, the usual culprits, they have this principle inserted in this constitution. So again, I'm not speaking about practices, I'm speaking of purely at the level of principles. We have a problem of constitutional lack of constitutional isomorphism. Those who can be seen as the guilty ones, I'm not going to say they are not, of course, absolutely not. Nevertheless, can exhibit a display of constitutional principles that fits better with the values that we have at the European Union, that the only European Union itself has got. And that's a second issue that we have to think about. We need some kind of consistency in the way we approach these principles and those practices. And if I can just add a few to finish my presentation, I think that when we go about in our project with proposing recommendations, we need to think very carefully about how to balance principles and practices. And I'm going to put you an example that has been triggered by the intervention of the minister. I totally agree with many of things that he has said, and particularly with his appreciation of the role of the Commission in enforcing Article 7. I think he's totally right. I think, and I have written a lot, the Commission is very aware that any wrong enforcement of Article 7, any false positive, so to say, will create a huge crisis. So if the Council does not support the Commission, will have a huge crisis. So the hormones of the problem is not with the Commission, I think it's with the Council. But having said that, I have many doubts about the proposal of empowering the court, which is associated with some of the authors who have speculated with the notion of systemic infringement proceeding. And why I'm saying that? Not because I don't think it will be efficient, I think it will be very efficient. And not because I don't think we don't have enough legal grounds for that. But the thing is, we don't have enough democratic legitimacy to go in that direction. Because if we do that, we are going to create some kind of meta-constitutional court. We are not adjudicating on a specific infringement. We are adjudicating on systemic infringement, which is something broader. And in that way, the court will be over national, any national authorities. It's not that I disagree with the proposition. It's simply that I don't think we have democratic legitimacy to go in that direction at that moment. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. We're now turning to our final panel speaker for this session, Dr. Amikai Magen, who is Senior Lecturer at the Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy and Strategy at the Interdisciplinary Center of Herzliya in Israel, and also involved at the Institute for Counterterrorism. So he is part of the work package that I'm leading for RECONNECT on counterterrorism, but is also heavily involved in several other packages. So, Amikai, over to you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Just a few thoughts. Liberal democracy today doesn't face primarily a marketing problem. We can't spin our way out of this with a new elite-constructed discourse. It's not only that we need to try to draw the people closer to the elite, but the elite need to be very humble and to listen to the people, because not only is that the morally right thing to do, but it's the only way that we're going to make some progress. The anxieties of the people are very, very real. And it is anxiety that is driving so much of what we are seeing. Anxiety about technology, automation, replacing tens of millions of jobs, anxiety about culture, about identity, about belonging, anxiety about the economy. Will my children's lives be better than mine and my parents, or will they go back and stagnate and live in a situation of insecurity? We live in an age of anxiety. And that anxiety is driven by transformations that are enormous, and in some respects they are on par with the Industrial Revolution in the middle of the 19th century. We are on the cusp of a great disruption. And just as, well, I'll say this before, and what we're dealing with at the moment is that we're trying to deal with these great disruptions with 18th century ideas, 19th century institutions, and 20th century processes. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. So liberal democracy needs to reinvent itself. The good news is that liberal democracy is really very good at reinventing itself. We do it every 40, 50, 60, 70 years. Which brings me to the second point. One of the great ironies of Western triumph in the Cold War is that we have become a very ahistorical people. We have raised a very ahistorical revolutionary generation. We have fallen into what I call the Fukuyama coma, believing that history has ended. That from now on, it's only going to be the spread of democracy and capitalism, etc. And therefore, we've greatly narrowed our historical perspective, and therefore we've greatly narrowed our political imagination. We need to expand our historical lens, and we need to expand our political imagination of what is possible for bad, of how bad things can become, what a miracle the liberal international order is, what a miracle the European Union is. We take it for granted, and we need to bring back history and bring back historical perspective for those negative reasons, but also to expand our political imagination about the possible, what is possible. How do we move forward? A third brief point. We need to choose our battles very, very carefully. Not everything that annoys me is automatically populism. Just that not every type of opposition, somebody should remind Mr. Erdogan and Mr. Putin about this, not every opponent is a terrorist. Okay? So we need to be very responsible about concepts. And again, humility comes into this. We need to make a fundamental distinction between what Lord Ralph Darendorf described normal politics and constitutional politics. In a 1992 book, he makes this very interesting conceptual division. Normal politics is how much money should we allocate to health versus education versus defense. And we can debate this. There could be a myriad of legitimate positions, some more on the right, some more on the left, and we could reach some kind of compromise. When it comes to constitutional politics, there cannot be a myriad of positions. We either live in an open society, a democratic rule of law society, or we will slip into soft or not so soft versions of authoritarianism. And we need to know, when we are fighting political battles, are we contesting in the realm of normal politics, or are we fighting for constitutional politics? Because of the tremendous amount of change that is happening, that distinction becomes even more important. We should be willing to let go of particular type of 19th century or 20th century institutions and processes, but not let 1 inch go on the defense of the most fundamental liberal democratic rule of law values. And we need to know the distinction between these two realms. Finally, as the founding Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, liked to say, never let a good crisis go to waste. A crisis is always an opportunity. Avoid moral panic, and look for the silver linings, even in dark times. Every crisis is an opportunity. It spurs us to innovation. It spurs us to creativity. We have been guilty of the sin of complacency for the last 35 years. We need to understand that history is back. We need to understand that we live once again in a world of ordered contestation, where anti-liberal, anti-Western, anti-democratic challenges are trying to undermine the foundations of our free society, which has given us unprecedented wealth, personal freedom, and peace. And we need to wake up and fight back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking us back from Carl Schmitt to David Ben-Gurion and Ralph Darendorf in a slightly more liberal and optimistic way of looking forward. We now have 35 to 40 minutes for questions from the floor. So is there going to be a roving mic? Yes? Right. Lady in red, right in the middle. Oh, it looks red in this light, I apologise. If you could maybe tell us name and affiliation.
Yes, my name is Geneviève Ponce and I am from the Institution de l'Or. First of all, congratulations for your debate because the challenges are high, but the level of your intervention, so it was really a pleasure to listen to you. Second point, there is a word that you have used, most of you, I think it's values, and you have insisted on the necessity to affirm values, to defend values, and to build a new narrative for Europe. I think it was especially Zelike who said so, on values. We have values which are written in Article 2 of the treaty: democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and so on, fundamental rights. So I understand that it is not enough. It is not known by the people. So my question to you would be, how would you make these values, which are already in the treaty, better known, and how to ensure that they are popular?
Thank you. Alberto, is that one that you might like to start with?
Happy to. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Geneviève, for your question, which is perfect because it allows us to go a step further in our conversation. And I think you're really touching upon something extremely timely and sensitive today. In my answer today, but of course this is my point of view, is that a lot of the values which have been enshrined there, they might have been conceived at the national state level, but they have never been coming to light at the transnational level. So how can we render those values actionable today? And my dream today would be to see women around all Europe protesting, being in the street, in solidarity with Polish women who cannot set themselves under prenatal testing for their embryos because there's a bill there. I dream of Europe, of European citizens protesting in solidarity with Roma people who are today subject to discriminatory treatment in the country where I happen to be born, which is called Italy. This kind of transnational solidarity that might come from the bottom is one possible way of making this value actionable, but in a space that today is lacking in the absence of a European public sphere in which we don't necessarily realize that this is possible. And my claim over the last 2 years has been that the Commission itself, despite its weakness in terms of legitimacy, or even the court, being a counter-majoritarian institution, has always been that if European citizens had mobilized more, meaning they would have been showing support for the pain that people in Hungary or in Poland were having, the Commission itself would have been bolder in its action. And the court perhaps would have been much more comfortable to actually go where today they are not going, but they are forced to go by the complacency that my colleague previously mentioned, by the fact that there was no action. So how the institutions who are expected to be the watchdog on those values should actually make assessment in the absence of signs coming from the polity or the polities of Europe.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come to this stage? Or
Yeah, just one quick comment or to add to that. I completely agree with you, but I think it is happening, slowly happening, and I think we have failed to notice it to some extent. It's not that it's not taking place in some of these countries. Civil society organizations are protesting together on many of these laws. But I think as long as it doesn't get to politicians' ears, as long as they have different goals, it will not have real effect.
One sentence for me, that our narrative for 50, 60 years has been reconciliation between nation states, and that kind of works. For me, the narrative now has to be somehow the EU has to show itself as a protector and facilitator of the democratic rights. It has to be more about democracy amongst citizens. And I think what the interesting for your project is what the implication that has. I mean, in Namachai's terms, which I like, it may mean that we may need more commonality and assertiveness on core constitutional politics, but maybe, as you were saying, as well, greater flexibility on recognition of diversity on the normal day-to-day politics. It seems to me that that balance will be really crucial. I mean, difficult to get right, but really crucial.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think here's the two splits: authority versus activity. So, as a governing authority, the EU has espoused all of these values. In terms of governing activities, it becomes much more difficult, as we've in particular seen with the immigration crisis. And the other piece is this kind of split-level democracy that we have, whereas the EU level simply doesn't have the same kind of, let's call it democracy, and this is what Carlos was saying, as the national level. So long as people don't, I mean, it's really what Roberto was saying, so long as people don't start organizing transnationally and recognize that Brussels is like Washington in the US, wherever in the US, a kind of pluralist democracy doesn't really come into effect until you get massive mobilization starting in the 1970s. Similarly, it seems to me that what you need in the EU is kind of massive mobilization focused on Brussels, but also then responding to the problems across the member states. And then one would sort of activate those values that are there as opposed to leaving them as totally passive.
thank you. Right, I'm going to go towards the back and then we'll come back forward. But also, I'm going to suggest that in most cases, I will let maybe two of the panelists respond rather than all of them, because that question took 6 minutes to ask and answer. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Akansha, pursuing PhD from Center for European Studies in Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, in India. And my question is to first two speakers. You have talked about the democratic deficits within the European Union. So broadly, there are two kinds of deficits that are talked about. One is the structural institutional deficits within this institutional time. And second, very important, is the social psychological deficits that people, it's very, is very complicated, it's very difficult for people to understand. So with reference to the second kind of deficits that you talked about, it's very, is very complicated, it's very difficult for people to understand. So with reference to the second kind of deficits that you talked about, we see that two kinds of patterns are emerging. Number one is that you see that the traditional political participation in terms of voted out for the European Parliament is decreasing. And at the same time, access to digital media, access to digital technology is increasing. As per the latest report by the Eurobarometer, 72% of the European citizens and 85% of the EU youth is daily internet users. So do you think, in reference to these information, do you think that the use of digital media and technologies can play an important role to address at least the second kind of democratic deficits within the European Union through engaging more with EU citizens? Because we see that a lot of media coverage by the national media channels is EU bashing, most of the negative news that goes out, even on social media. And if I'm allowed a small another
very quickly.
Yes. Second is the kind of digital democracy that you is trying to promote right now. Do you think that it's slightly problematic? Because it's mostly about information bombarding. It's very difficult to know what you exactly want to know from the EU, the kind of sites they operate and all. So is it another way of, is it contradictory to the principles of transparency? And is it another way of not letting you know what you exactly want to know? So do you really need to do something about it? Thank you.
Right, Richard and then Albert. Sorry, it was the issue. They would geared towards the tribute. So.
Spent a whole day talking about digital democracies, the pros and cons of digital democracy. I mean, the simplified form, the basic story is 10 years ago, people thought that digital apps would be a panacea for a new kind of democracy. Now everyone is very negative and thinks that the digital sphere is more about empowering authoritarian regimes and surveillance against individual citizens. My feeling, my hunch is we will end up somewhere between the optimistic and the pessimistic extremes. And I think the key and perhaps an issue for your project for the future is how online activism and democratic engagement will be one part of a broader aspect of democratic engagement. It won't be everything, it won't be a magical solution, but it will be part of the equation, and the debate will be how it relates to offline forms of democratic engagement. I didn't say, by the way, that there isn't an institutional democratic deficit. I think there is in the traditional term. I just don't think it's the only part of the story, because I think even if we solved the traditionally defined democratic deficit, we will still have problems, precisely because, as others said, democracy is misfiring at the national level. So I think we'll find this with Brexit. Kind of repatriating powers from one underperforming elite to another isn't going to increase democratic quality.
Yes, I agree with your analysis. The internet has not necessarily delivered on its democratizing potential. That's pretty clear to everyone. But at the same time, it's one of these components that is explaining why new forms of mobilization and activism today can actually happen, and they can actually reconnect a significant number of people with their representatives. So what I see in Europe, and I have a lot of stories to tell that have been collected in my book, really show how the internet can really make a difference when 1, 2, 3 million people recognize themselves on a particular single policy issue and they talk to their MEPs. So Stop Glyphosate is a fantastic case study in which, instead of reauthorizing a substance which was a pesticide for 15 years, the reauthorization happened for 5 years. Why? Because the preference of the citizens were conveyed to the MEPs in that particular case, into the member states, in a way that was perceived. In other words, we can see the internet as one of the major ingredients to develop a new forms of mobilization that I like to call citizen lobbying, that is complementary as opposed to being antagonistic to representative democracy. In other words, the internet becomes something, a source of legitimacy that any form of representative today should look at before doing agenda setting, before voting, before acting, because it's also a form of control on what is doing. And I think this is a very positive and the theorized aspect of what is happening in European democracy under the classical democratic deficit.
Thank you. I think I saw a hand before. Yes, there, and then I'll come to the middle and then go to the back.
Okay, I'm sort of playing a little bit of devil's advocate here. I'm Paul Blocker, Charles University, and I'm responsible for the work on the new narrative. But it seems to me that there's a little bit of an elephant in the room, or at least there's a spectre haunting Europe. That is, somebody at a certain stage said, where's the left? And so it seems to me that if you're discussing democracy and its predicament in Europe, why don't we talk about capitalism? Why don't we talk about the enormous invasion of political space by economic power? And hence, why don't we talk about, I fully agree with Alberto that citizen empowerment should be one of the main focal points, but at the same time, we see massive processes of citizen disempowerment through all kinds of processes of depoliticization. I mean, populism is a big one, but technocracy and governance type ideas as well, I think. And so, where is capitalism in the story? And then relate to that, where's the left in
Vivian. Yeah, thank you for that question. No, I think it's tremendously important. We haven't discussed it because we focused on democracy, but absolutely, capitalism is very important. We can talk about the politics, conservative politics. Certainly in the Eurozone, no one talks about it as such, but clearly neoliberal or liberal policies are extremely political, but they are couched in technocratic, apolitical terms. So you can go back to the history of neoliberalism starting in the 80s and the increasing invasion, if I can say, of sort of the notion that regulatory agencies are the way to deal with things. And so rise of technocracy, and the real problem with that is that you've got the mainstream parties are hollowing out from the inside. One piece is actually technocracy, which basically sees all politicians as rent seekers. And on the other side, of course, you see populists. So it's both are, and they're both, and both populism and technocracy are feeding against each other. And of course, it is about economics and it's about economic power. So if we go back to the Eurozone crisis, it's a north versus south thing. It's a creditor versus debtor conflict, and of course, the debtor countries basically took it in the neck. One can go on to immigration policy, but I'll stop there.
Save that for another question. I think
right.
I'm going to have to give it and have 3 respondents on this question, I think.
Okay, so thank you very much, Paul. I will change slightly your question, right? Because it's not so much about what is the left, but taking the analogy that Mete was using of normal politics, which I think is Bruce Ackerman idea of differentiation of this. The drama here is not going right. The drama here is that capitalism has become deeply embedded in a very specific form, which is ordoliberalism, into constitutional norms in the European Union. So the margin for normal politics to change the status quo has totally been diminished. And that's the drama. Even if we had a left ruling in a number of countries, I doubt that there is a lot of margin for changing the rules of the game in economic policy. It's nothing to do exactly, or it's not exactly that the left is not there. The left is not there, it's true, but also the rules of the game have been totally changed in a way that if the left arrives, there will be little margin back.
So economics certainly comes into the sense of anxiety and is driving all these processes, but this is one of the most kind of bizarre and interesting things. We're not in the 1930s anymore. We see phenomena of anti-systemic populist movements and political parties in places where unemployment is extremely low, where the welfare state is extremely generous, and where people's economic well-being seems to be very good. Poland has enjoyed very high rates of economic growth and has benefited tremendously from transfer of European structural funds, etc., and yet, right? So I think this is where also the RECONNECT project is going to have a lot of work in diagnosing and trying to understand what is going on, because economics tells, I think, part of the story, but I think there are also sort of deeper issues of identity and anxiety that are not so economically, whose welfare systems are not so generous, where they have very high levels of youth unemployment, Portugal, and yet we have not seen, sort of a populist backlash in Portugal. So I think there's more to the story than meets the eye. This is one of those things we're going to have to investigate.
Thank you. Middle left. No, it's third row was. Yes, you. Yes, and yes, and then I'll go further back. So, sorry, I realised the lady in the second row wants to speak, but you caught my eye way after the person behind you, and so if there's time, I'll come back. But there are quite a few people who caught my eye already.
Claude Kahn from the United Nations Human Rights Office. I just have two quick questions. One is that there's been repeated reference to Article 7, and I think typical of these discussions, the sense to go, well, Article 7 can't possibly be effective. And it strikes me that, and I invite a response. I mean, Article 7 looks like it can't be effective because we have made it so. The Commission issued a paper shortly after it was created to say that there are almost no circumstances in which it can be used. It's regularly referred to as the nuclear option. It's very hard to envision using something that envisions or it suggests it has nuclear destruction attached. It is the rule of law mechanism existing in the European Union. And if, in a certain sense, if we can't be brave enough to envision using it, then why should we hope that a next rule of law mechanism might be any more effective? So the Article 7 issue, at least from our perspective, looks very frequently like a problem of simply the bravery of going there and using it. Be interested in the response.
Right, there's a suggestion from one of the panelists that this is really a question for the next sessions. We're democracy.
Oh, yeah, it just came up twice, but okay. And then the second question was
we're democracy.
Oh, yeah, it just came up twice, but okay. And then the second question was I mean, I heard the reference from the last speaker twice on the issue of anxiety is driving. But I mean, anxiety seems like a feature of all of the post-war. The new element to my mind looks more like really floods of misinformation. Mm-hmm. And in that sense, perhaps we have a different kind of crisis or situation on our hands than previous. And I wonder if there might be a response.
Right. I agree.
Right.
Anxiety is a perennial feature of modern life because we live long enough to be anxious. In the old world, we just died, so we weren't anxious. We're anxious in different ways. So I agree with you about that. But I do also agree with you that the echo chambers created by social media, the mobilization, the kind of tribalization of messaging is playing an important part of it. It's sort of sucking the oxygen out of the healthy center where we can actually debate policy options, etc. But I think it goes more than that. I think the migration issue is a real cause for anxiety. And you can measure this in terms of the percentage of people born in different member states and in the United States compared to the 1970s. And so just to take the United States, for example, because I recognize an American accent, right? So just to take the United States as an example, today, the percentage of migrants, first generation migrants, people who were not born in the United States, is I think about 17 or 18% of the American population. The last time we saw those kinds of levels of first generation migrants was in the 1870s and 1880s, a time of a great populist wave, Huey Long and all that stuff in the United States. So yes, anxiety is a general human condition, but we have these periods of higher and lower kind of anxiety about these things.
So very quickly about your first question, the chairwoman has allowed me to respond to it, so I will do it very quickly. When I have really explanations playing on bravery or things like that, it reminds me very much of the Spanish team in the World Cup. Say we play so brave, but we are out of the World Cup. It's not about bravery. It's about what are the incentives for the governments to take action. This is a very classical problem of collective action. There are no incentives for the governments to act. And hence, in my opinion, the best way to tackle the problems of Article 7 will be to reverse the requirement for majorities. So rather than having a confirmed majority for a recommendation of the Commission, asking the Council to reject a recommendation from the Commission, otherwise it will be automatic. that will enhance a lot the firepower of Article 7. It's a very simple thing to do, but of course requires political will for people who may think that they will be next ones in the line if this mechanism applies.
Yeah, just very quickly. I'd just like to pick up on what you said and say, there are many different sources of discontent. So it's the economic, the people feeling left behind, that's neoliberalism, etc. But it's also the sociocultural, the changing faces of the nation. So it's immigration, but it's also politics. It's take back control. That's Brexit. And I think all of these are underlying sources, but we still don't know why and why now and why in this way. Because all of this has been going on for a very long time, since the 1980s, et cetera. And so this, I would think we need to have a combination of explanations. One is about a new kind of populist leadership, and we have to understand why that discourse resonates, why the kind of politically incorrect, to use polite language, kind of discourse that you get is actually, why they've been able to go beyond what no one else was able to say before. I mean, Trump is obviously a good example, but Farage, Marine Le Pen, etc. And that's one piece. And then, of course, it is also about social media. It is about a new kind of social media. And it's also about, we mentioned it before, it's also about post-truth, fake news, Facebook, Google, all of this. All of a sudden, we're confronted with new technology that can produce new messages. And, it's back to what you said about, and we also have a population that is less and less educated and less and less able to deal with all the new technologies. And I better stop there. Thank you.
Yes, just one sentence on the articles of incorporation. I agree with you on the technical details that it has to be changed to be effective. But until we get there, I would like to push back on the characterization that there will be a crisis if it's not successful, because there's already a crisis. I think we just can't admit that. There is a crisis if there are values and laws set in text and we can't enforce them. And so we have to start admitting that and have to start the process and have to start discussing how to change it.
Thank you. I'm now going to be really rigorous and say questions need to be short and a single question per question, please. Gentleman that's been given the microphone, and then after him the lady at the end of the same row.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Bodnar. I have a continental European accent, which seems to be a minority here. Thank you for that. My question relates directly to the problem of democracy at different levels. And I have the feeling we cannot have the same criteria for local democracy as well as global, in that the EU is somewhat unique, obviously. I was working in the Commission for 30 years. I'm now a pensioner, and that's why I'm still associated with SEPS, the Center for European Policy Studies here. I dare to ask the question, shouldn't we be more aware of all these problems we create by demanding direct democracy? We have seen in 2016 the more or less direct election of Trump, the Brexit referendum, and all these issues of direct democracy. Can we have direct democracy at national level? And I say not at all at EU level, because it was always mentioning of this participatory or direct democracy. I dare say at local level we can have it, because people can judge if it's a theater or a football stadium. But if it's COP21 or other issues that cannot be dealt with at everybody's level. Thank you.
Richard, Alberto?
Just to say, I agree basically. That was the point I was making. I think that at local level in many member states, I mean, we've just done some empirical research on this, and that there's a lot of quite positive use of direct democracy tools when it's organised around issues that are not so existentially polarising. And the issue really with the referendum at the national level is not so much direct democracy as a concept, it's been so heavily instrumentalised by governments for political purposes.
Very briefly, I think one of the major reasons why the multi-layered governance is very difficult to grasp is because of these different level of governance, the local, the national, the European, they don't talk one another. There are very few instances in which you can see engagement. So over the last copyright reform vote this morning, there were 3 major parliaments at the national level who took a position, not necessarily as a national parliament, but as member parliament who decided to take a stance and to somehow influence it. This is unprecedented. It took us, since 1979, the first time we voted for MEPs, to see this kind of engagement of national parliamentarians talking to their MEPs and somehow crafting what is going to be copyright reform that will, of course, have both a national and a European dimension. This is the kind of multilateral governance that should occur. So once more, I'm a fan of politicization because only this new spirit and this new dynamic can then feed into the public sphere and enable citizens to realize that at the end of the day, there's one governance that has different stairs, but they support one another.
Yes, thank you. My name is Diana Naiman. I'm a professor at the University of Georgia School of Law, where I'm the faculty co-director of our DMAS International Law Center. I'd like to offer something upbeat. I have heard the word Ireland once. It is one of my countries of citizenship, the Republic of Ireland. And I think it's a wonderful counterpoint at the moment to many of the challenged negative discussions. You have a country that is historically conservative, Catholic, that must ratify all treaties by referendum, as well as many other issues. And you have one of the few countries that's ratified the TEU by referendum. I believe it's the only country in the world by referendum that has voted in favor of same-sex marriage. And this last couple of months, it voted to repeal very restrictive abortion regulations through direct democracy and a model of the citizens' assembly. So I just encourage you in the course of this project to take a very careful look at Ireland, because of course it does it all against the backdrop of one of the severest crop of austerity measures imposed by the EU. And in fact, yet today, the support in that country for the EU is something in the nature of 87%. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take that as something for all of us on the RECONNECT project to note, because it's good to have a positive case study. I think rather than letting the panel come back on that, I think we'll note it and go to the gentleman right towards the back, and then lady at the front, and then maybe there'll be time for one or two more after that.
Thank you. Andrea Schickens, I work in the European Parliament. Should the EU maybe in this multi-level governance system be better in applying, let's say, the subsidiarity principle? We have the subsidiarity principle, but we don't apply it. And so, or should also the EU, the Commission, be a bit more self-restrictive in what it is proposing in legislation? Because I think part of the problem is, if you look into the Eurobarometers, the European citizens are they very much agree that the big issues, let's say migration, security and defense, foreign affairs, that should be really dealt at the European level. But where the citizens have a problem is when they see that there are detailed regulations, standard settings, and we have symbol like the waste management, which is governed at the end in Brussels, and it has an impact on the local level in the village of the citizen. So is that maybe part of that problem, and should be more on the subsidiarity principle? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to? Carlos and you.
So thank you very much. I'm not totally agree that subsidiarity will be the mechanism for resolving this kind of questions. Certainly there are many demands on the European Commission to establish a relation, but we should be aware also that the sources of those demands are not specifically Commission wills or Commission wishes. They are coming from civil society, they are coming from member states, and so on and so forth. So basically the Commission is kind of making an intermediation role there. In the absence of the Commission, what will happen? There will be some kind of competition towards them. You can really illustrate some of the cases, the most ridiculous cases, and I can put you under them, but let me just do an example. A proposal from the Commission to regulate on the size of bottles for olive oil that was imposed by the Spanish government. It sounds ridiculous, but was the only way to prevent that illegal oil was used in certain restaurants in a kind of fraudulent way. I am making very simple the story, but behind that there was a rationale. Now you can discuss whether it's the proper way to do things, but nevertheless the demand is not really that the Commission wants to regulate in those areas, rather than societal demands. And because of that, I don't see that subsidiarity will be the proper avenue to resolve that. Is what the citizens of the member states want the European Union to do. That will be the proper source of this question.
Yeah, I think rather than just saying subsidiarity, I think one needs to look at what is the issue and what's the right balance between these things. And for example, as I've already mentioned, that has been gone way too far in the Eurozone. And it has actually politicized economic governance in a very negative way by taking the politics out of it, by forcing the center right and center left basically become Tweedledum and Tweedledee, leaving the populace very rightly to be able to say, look, they're doing the same policies. One needs to, in a way, deconcentrate that, re-decentralize. I'm not saying you can re-nationalize, but give back to the member states power over their political economy so they can decide what kinds of policies they want. Within the context, of course, of EU coordination, which requires, I won't say getting rid of the rules because that's impossible, but loosening them so much, and maybe having more deliberative processes about what would be appropriate. But so too far in the Eurozone, not far enough in terms of the immigration problems. But rather than being punitive, rather than saying you have to, there are quotas, why weren't there something like incentives? A refugee solidarity fund for those countries that take in more refugees, that can, and a migration adjustment fund, an unemployment adjustment fund. If you have enough of these funds going around, then everyone will get something at some point, and it becomes a very different way of looking at it.
Thank you. Lady here.
My name is Agnieszka Jarzewicz. I'm from Poland, or I'm EU citizen born in Poland, and well, I still represent as an academic the Institute of National Security in Academia Pomeraniensis in Słupsk. Though recently I have joined the Polish diaspora, becoming just another emigre, Polish emigre, a Belgique. And my question is directed to Amihai and Richard. Would you agree with me that there is a great innovation potential in your focuses on democracy deficit as just only one part of the story, or let's say not an element of the white-black scenario, white-black rhetoric, or rather very dynamic consensual discourse, and your focus on the transitions, the historical perspectives, the transitionary nature of solution which we need for the process of EU enlargement to avoid such problems, such phenomena with which we are currently have been dealing in Poland, or to say from a bigger distance in the whole Eastern, Central Eastern Europe. Would you agree that just attention of the EU actors on the transitionary nature of political, economic, procedural elements of EU enlargement would have helped us to avoid the current situation whether we have two generations of Polish migrants with a great educational background in social and human sciences, which allows us to manage with the values, doing jobs in UK under the level of their competencies and not being neutral for Brexit.
Can you draw your remarks to a close?
Okay, would you agree with me in general that the focus on how we should manage EU enlargement in terms of reconciling democracy and the rule of law need from us to focus on the transitional nature of solution addressed towards specific generations of people belonging to the countries, communities joining the EU?
Right, you have a minute each to answer.
Thank you.
Anna.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, I mean, so there's a lot in your question. It will take a long time to. No, it's fine. It's an important question. I just can't do them justice in the 42 seconds that I now have remaining. I happen to think that EU enlargement is a wonderful thing. If it was up to me, I would also have brought in Ukraine and Georgia into NATO and the EU in the 1990s. I think we missed a big mistake. I don't think that enlargement was a mistake. I think we should always think about the counterfactual of what the world would have looked like if we did not have this enlargement. Now we can get to a long debate about conditionality and whether it works and who does it work for, etc., etc. But that's futile because it's done. So now the question is how do we go forward? And the kernel of my answer would be that twofold. One is we need to give these things time. Adjustment is always difficult, and Poland emerged from one trauma to the other, to another, a series of traumas leave scars, and they create insecurities, and they create conspiracy theories, and all these things that the legacy, not just of the communist era, but the division of Poland before, etc. So the ghosts of the past are there, who more than myself and the Jews will tell you that it takes time and you pay a heavy price for the ghosts of the past. So dealing with the ghosts of the past is painful. I think the way to address it is honestly, not to hide it, not to ignore it, not to try to sweep it under the table, but to have an honest, open, adult conversation about tragedy, trauma, and hope for the future, especially for the young people. Secondly, and very, very briefly, an EU of 28, 27 member states needs to be more decentralized. It needs to be more of a community of liberal nation states. And so there was I think, a bit of an overreach in terms of thinking that you can enlarge and deepen at the same time. When you try to enlarge and deepen at the same time, you're going to get a backlash. Yeah.
Thank you. Richard, you have -2 minutes.
So just one sentence then, that I agree with all that, but I think also at a broader conceptual level, what the experience in Central and Eastern European countries has done is to engender a lot of rethinking amongst experts of democratic transitions. Originally, the framework was quite simple. You had authoritarian regimes, you underwent transition, you had a consolidated democracy, and that was it. Now that whole framework is out the window, and it's largely because of the experiences in Poland and Hungary and other countries. And I think that's relevant to the project in a broader sense, because this idea now that you get to a high level of democratic quality and then that's it, is now very widely questioned. And I think often these things are cyclical. Scholars of populism point out that populism is actually cyclical. We're in a high point at the moment, but things will then kind of ebb and flow. And we need to understand the evolution of democracy in that sense, to be able to understand the ways in which we can reconnect with it.
Thank you. And I apologise to anybody who wanted to ask a question and wasn't able to get in, and to Agnieszka, who would probably provide longer answers. But one of the key things, I think, in an event like this is to make sure we do preserve the coffee breaks, not just to get caffeine into people, but precisely so that we can carry on the discussions more informally. So if you didn't get to speak to any of the speakers, please catch them over coffee. And this really is, as Richard has just reminded us, the start of the discussion. We've got 4 more years to go. So a lot of this is going to continue, including in half an hour's time when we move on to the next panel. But thank you to all of my speakers and to the questioners very much indeed.
And we reconvene at 4:30 sharp.
But if you have 2% DJ battery, I don't know what. Count until the seat is designed. That's probably the easiest.
Not easy, I guess.
Monsieur le Président, prenez le microphone.
Welcome back. My name is Laurent Pech. I'm a professor of EU law, and it's going to be my pleasure to chair this panel on addressing rule of law challenges in the EU. We have an exceptional lineup of speakers, and they have a very easy task. Essentially, they have to tell us in 5 minutes not only about what are the key challenges of the rule of law, but how we're going to solve them very quickly. That within the 5-minute time frame. And I'm going to be very short on the introduction because I want to keep as much time as possible for questions and answers. And I'm sure plenty of people have plenty of questions to ask. And we're lucky to have a great lineup of speakers, not only because they know what they're talking about, but also because we have a mix of policymakers, civil servants, academics. And we're going to get started with a representative from the European Commission, Anna Perego, Policy Officer in Rule of Law and Justice Policy Unit in the DG Justice. So, very easy task for you to get the proceeding started. What are the key challenges from the Commission's point of view, and what can be done about it within 5 minutes? You don't have to actually answer a question. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, apologies on behalf of my director, Emmanuel Krabil, who cannot be here today. I will do what I can to answer these very easy questions. And actually, as a very smart move, I will try to actually ask questions to academia or what academia can do to support what the Commission does. So maybe this will make my task easier. So first of all, I will present some reflections which originate from our experience of the last years of dealing with the rule of law crisis from the Commission point of view. But of course, during the discussion, I'm very happy to discuss in more details about our work. So first of all, what we have seen as a real necessity and as a real need is to explain what the rule of law is to the general public. We are working at the Commission, at the European institutions level, with concepts that we believe are quite clear, at least in their essential elements, but actually what we perceive more and more is that it's very important to explain to the general public the importance of the rule of law. And this is also very much necessary in order to prevent or counteract populist narratives which would use certain other concepts, for example, democracy, against, if you want, the concept of the rule of law. So this would be my first reflection. Second reflection, which is very much linked to the first point, is that there is also a need to bring the European, so-called European standards to the general public once again, but also to member states. And there are along the last years, but these European standards have been developed, for example, and notably as regards judicial independence, which are the essential aspects of judicial independence. But it's very important that the value of these standards is spread. So this is my second suggestion, and I think academia could have a great role to play in this sense. Third reflection is what we perceive from a Commission point of view is the emergency of a so-called legal nationalism, or this is how we like to call it. What is this certain concepts, for example, national identity, in order to challenge the existence of a common understanding of the rule of law. However, we see that European standards, once again, aim at setting the result, the final result. So judicial independence in this case needs to be upheld. However, the way you reach it can be different. So actually, European standards accommodate a difference in justice systems. What is important is the end result. So fourth reflection is that when we look at rule of law challenges, what we need to look at is not only the text of the law, but actually the reality on the ground. And this is very important both for the institutions and for academia. So what we see is that rule of law actually cannot exist without a culture on which it can be built, which actually supports the continuous existence of the rule of law. And also what is very important is the implementation of the law. Final suggestion, which is also linked to my previous points, is that it's very important to look at how upholding the rule of law actually is essential for the legal structure of the European Union. So we have seen now, and I saw you also mention it in the concept note of the RECONNECT project, that you would look at mutual judicial cooperation, mutual recognition. So what is the impact of not upholding the rule of law on the European legal structure? So this would be my suggestions. These are not answered, but I hope that
I'm sure you'll get questions for asking you for answers. Thank you very much. So let me briefly, thank you very much. And let me introduce our second speaker to you very quickly, as I promised, because I don't want to steal too much time. So Dr. Tamás Lukács, sorry, pardon my French, and is from Budapest, got a doctorate in law in Budapest. He worked at the Prime Minister's office, Ombudsman office, if I remember correctly, and he moved to Brussels in 2004, and he's now working as a legal advisor for the European Parliament. The floor is yours, you know the rules, 5 to 7 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, I'm a lawyer in the European Parliament, so I have to start with two disclaimers. First is that I work in the legal service of the Parliament, but what I will say are entirely my personal views. And the second is that I'm a practicing lawyer, so I try to approach this in an utterly pragmatic way, which may sound killjoy at this point, but there is a conviction behind. And the conviction behind is that the backdrop or backsliding rule of law, what we are talking about, is based on a certain understanding of creativity. And in the European institutions, I think we cannot afford such creativity, because the court made it very clear several times that the procedures are not at the mercy of the institutions. So if we are too creative, we take a huge risk of loss of legitimacy. I have in mind a title that I read somewhere, maybe it was a report in the European Parliament about harvesting the full potential of the Lisbon Treaty. Now, I think the metaphor is terrible, but the idea is good. And I would go in this way, what can we harvest from the treaty as it exists? What are the unused potentials? We know very well Article 258, infringement proceedings started by the European Commission. I will skip this part to keep time, but we know that this is a procedure which is targeted at specific individual infringements of EU law. It's difficult to use it to address a systemic threat. Then we have Article 7, political procedure. We can talk about it later. But what is a little bit lacking from the discussion, and it's a bit surprising for me, is that there is an Article 259, which allows any member state to start an infringement procedure against another member state on the same footing as the Commission. Now here I have a question. If there were plenty of such infringement procedures, that would show that in the core of mutual trust is lacking between member states. But there is none. It's the least used procedure in the treaty. Maybe in the history of the whole EU there were 3, 4, maybe 4 such procedures. So my question is, does this mean that the core of the trust between the member states is still there because they don't want to go to court, they want to negotiate with each other? Big question for me. Then, turning back a little bit to Article 7, I would draw a parallel with another political procedure, the ordinary legislative procedure. There we have provisions in the treaties, but we have a full set of full battery of procedures in interinstitutional agreements, rules of procedures of the institutions which complement the treaty provisions. I think a way forward could be to devise such rules also in connection with Article 7, and the Parliament in a resolution suggested such an interinstitutional agreement. And finally, I would come to the good old Article 267, the preliminary ruling procedure, which I think is the most well-running court procedure in the EU. And from the beginning, it was based on the idea that national judges were enlisted in a way to protect citizens' rights granted by EU law. So if you will, it's a kind of decentralized enforcement of EU law. We often hear that the Commission is the guardian of the treaties, but I think also the national judges are guardians of the treaties, and we have only one Commission, but we have, according to my estimate, between 60 and 70,000 national judges. But there is a problem with this procedure, is that it's not very visible and not very rapid. But still, if it's true that in Europe there are rule of law concerns for citizens and for businesses, then these concerns, in my view, should at some point pop up in the form of references from national judges to the Luxembourg court. Now, do we see this? Not really, not in a systemic way. But there is a patchwork of references which may lead to somewhere. I think of a famous case, quite fresh case, the judgment came out in February. It's about Portuguese judges. And I would quote just one paragraph from that judgment of the European Court of Justice, where the court said that the member state concerned must ensure that courts meet the requirements essential to effective judicial protection in accordance with the second paragraph of Article 19 the EU. Now, I think there is a huge potential in this sentence, which can be built upon by the court were it to receive further references into the problem of rule of law. There are some references. There is the Selmer case, which is a reference from Ireland. I think we will hear about this later, but it raises the problem, can you surrender a criminal, suspected criminal, under a European arrest warrant to Poland when there are rule of law problems in Poland? We have a very similar reference also from Ireland, asking a similar question in the context of the UK withdrawal from the EU. And the judgment will come out in these cases soon, in one of the cases in July, I think. So we're looking forward with great interest to this judgment. So my question and my suggestion would be to concentrate on this procedure, the preliminary ruling procedure, to see how we could raise awareness among national judges, how to raise awareness to the fact that nothing is isolated in the European legal space, how to devise decentralized litigation strategies in order to achieve some blows to the countries which don't respect the rule of law. Because if you have judgments coming and coming, which make life easier for law make life very difficult for law enforcement authorities or businesses, then it hurts. And then they might think whether one can isolate itself in a theoretically single legal space in Europe. So the question is, where is the place in the RECONNECT project for the 60, 70,000 national judges? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm sure Jan will not contradict me, but there is plenty of place for the 17,000 judges in the RECONNECT framework. Our third speaker, Mr. Philip Bodnar, legal advisor at the permanent representation of Austria to the EU, is going to tell us about what's happening over there regarding rule of law. So the floor is yours, please. And if you want to share some secrets with us, that's fine too.
Yes, of course. Happy to do so. Now, I will speak today about the rule of law dialogue in the Council. I think this is a thing and a concept that is sometimes a bit confused with other things that are going on in the Council and elsewhere. This dialogue is a specific form of policy debate within the Council that was developed in 2014. It originates from a letter by 4 member states to the Commission and the Presidency in March 2013, raising the possibility of exploring new mechanisms to safeguard the rule of law and other fundamental values. Now, there was following discussion after that letter, and in the larger context, there was this communication by the Commission on this new EU framework to strengthen the rule of law. That was in March 2014, but that describes how the Commission intends to examine whether or not to trigger the Article 7 procedure in case there seems to be a systemic threat to the rule of law. Now, this is not what I'm going to talk about because the Council took a different path in establishing something which strengthens and safeguards the rule of law. The Italian presidency at the time was very engaged on this and managed to guide us through difficult negotiations to come to conclusions on ensuring the respect for rule of law. And this text is the basis for the rule of law dialogue in the Council. And this document contains certain principles. I will mention some of them. It says that the dialogue is based on the principles of objectivity, non-discrimination, and equal treatment of all member states. And it should be conducted on a non-partisan and evidence-based approach. This dialogue should take place on a daily basis in the General Affairs Council, should be prepared by COREPER, and after 2 years, which was in 2016, it should be evaluated. Now, so basically the concept is, okay, we talk about the rule of law, and we have to address the rule of law issues before they turn into a problem. But we do so in a horizontal way, so it's not singling out individual member states, no finger pointing, and no accusations. So we have a horizontal topic. Now, to explain that a little bit further, to give you an idea how that is meant, we had the first dialogue under the Luxembourg presidency in November 2015. The topic at the time was the rule of law in the age of digitalization. There, we talked about the challenges for the rule of law in a digital society. The second dialogue then under the Dutch presidency in May 2016 was on migrants integration and EU fundamental values, and you see it's related to the actual developments at the time. Then in November 2016 was the evaluation under the Slovak presidency, and of course there were many ideas around, as were at the time of the adoption of the conclusions, how the dialogue could be further developed and how it can be improved. But there was no content on many of those ideas, but there were major shortcomings where all agreed that there should be improvement. So in particular, the preparation of the ministerial debate should be a bit more thorough than it had been for the first dialogues. And there should be a bit more expert input into the preparation of the debate at ministerial level. So against the background of these findings, the Estonian presidency in 2017 thought of a different concept to prepare the dialogue. And
they started with a expert seminar in July with a certain outcome that went into a discussion paper to prepare the ministerial debate in Denmark. And the topic that Estonia chose was media pluralism and the rule of law in the digital age. You see there's again a link to the digital issue, so this seems to be a pertinent issue. Here completely it was about fake news and its impact on democracy. Now, one of the criticisms was also that there was no follow-up to the dialogue, so there was a debate, but nothing happened afterwards. Our idea as the Austrian presidency is also to pick up what the findings are from the Estonian organized dialogue and follow up a bit that, which would consist in the first place or as a first step to identify measures that have been taken in that field, and I think in that field of media pluralism, fake news, and this field there have been some developments and things happened. Now, the fourth dialogue I will just mention, I see the chairman, will be under Austrian presidency. We are currently working on it. The topic will be trust in public institutions, starting from the phenomenon that there is a low trust in public institutions. We will talk about questions like why does trust matter, whose trust do public institutions actually need, and how can we bring back public trust. And we follow the same model that Estonia has developed. That means we will have an expert seminar in July, and we'll then follow up with a note that prepares the discussion, which will most likely take place in October. Now, to give you an outlook, there will be another evaluation which will take place under Finnish presidency next year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our next speaker is His Excellency Ambassador Peter Klaas of the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and who is going to talk to us also about the Council's rule of law dialogue and perhaps improvements which could be made to it. Possibly.
Thank you. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I come as a member of this panel a bit unexpected, but I have the pleasure to do some follow-up on the speech that you heard this morning from, or this afternoon, early this afternoon, from my minister. Now, the topic of this seminar is reconciling Europe with its citizens, but you could also turn it around, reconciling the citizens with Europe and its institutions. Because we should not forget that there is quite a big expectation of our citizens towards the European Union. Whenever there are grave problems in any of the member states, and this can be problems of different kinds, it can be forest fires in Portugal, or it can be a financial crisis in Greece, or indeed rule of law problems in Poland, the citizens of these countries invariably look at Europe. The public opinion looks at Europe to see what does Europe do. Why is Europe silent? We have seen that also in the case of Spain and Catalonia, where part of the public opinion and the public said, where is Europe? Why doesn't Europe say or act? So this is very important. This element we should not forget, because that is the main point, to reconcile Europe and its citizens. This is not easy. We have heard the role of the Commission. The Commission is, of course, vital in this, the European Parliament with its own legitimacy as well. But as my minister said this morning, there is also a responsibility of the member states, and they are assembled in the Council. So what can the Council do in order to promote fundamental values, and in particular when we feel that some of these fundamental values are under threat? These values are enshrined in Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union. There is a sort of order of these values. There is human dignity, which is the basis of everything. There is freedom, which is essential. There is democracy, and in fourth place, there's the rule of law. But we all agree that the rule of law is the cement that binds everything together. Because without the rule of law, which basically boils down to the independence of the judiciary, there's no way that the other values can be safeguarded. So this is essential. So the role of the Council of the Member States, because we're still a union of Member States, is very important. We are dealing with the rule of law dialogue in the Council. I've only been in my present position for 1 year, but I was part of the preparation of the Estonian rule of law dialogue. So how does this work in principle? There is a team, there is a seminar, then Member States organize some kind of internal consultation to see what on earth is our minister going to say. So you invite some stakeholders, you come up with certain lists of initiatives that your country takes, because it's always a form of self-defense that you do. In this case, it was the fight against fake news, the democracy and so on, through fake news. So we have a nice catalogue of initiatives. Our minister presents them, the best case they're published, and there it ends. There was a big frustration, I must admit. There is a rule of law, friends of the rule of law gathering active in the EU. These are 14 member states, and we are quite active in coordinating our positions for the General Affairs Council, but also with this kind of events. And there was quite some pressure from some member states to seize this opportunity of the rule of law dialogue to actually confront some member states with things that are bothering us, like the Polish case. But there is Hungary also, the developments in Romania, there were incidents in Slovakia, there were incidents in Malta. So no country is free of difficulties in this respect. Some countries were very adamant. They said, no, we must confront. This is our opportunity. This is the occasion. We must do this. But then the consensus was that not to do this in order not to put into danger an initiative of a presidency. So they're also entitled to their success. So the dialogue is important, but it's not satisfactory in order to deal with acute problems that are very much now in the public domain and also a big worry amongst member states. That is why Minister Reynders already proposed a form of periodic peer review of member states back in 2016. As was mentioned, there was not a majority in the Council to institute this, but it will be back on the agenda of the Council in 2019. So we are now very actively promoting this idea. Our minister has always propagated the periodic peer review mechanism, but over the last few months we have been struggling very hard to put this into a text, into an intergovernmental declaration. We had consultations with the European Commission, we had consultations with the legal service of the Council in order to make sure that this can fly, this initiative, and that it can add, that it can bring added value also to the quite complex mechanism we have already today in order to enforce the rule of law and the fundamental values of the Union. We have seen that these mechanisms are not sufficient. They are punitive, like in Article 7 of the treaty. The Commission mechanism of 2014 is not widely accepted as such, although we fully recognize that it is a vital element. So there is an additional need for a mechanism. Later during this meeting, I can elaborate a little bit on what we have devised. There was a meeting of all EU member states yesterday in Brussels. They were all present, all 27. We did not invite the United Kingdom, but there's other reasons. And the proposal, which we had distributed in advance, was well received. But we still need to streamline it, we still need to refine it, we still need to put the dots on the i's in order to make sure that we can also ensure that all member states would adhere to such a mechanism. Because without all member states adhering, the value of this mechanism would be a lot less. The guest speaker yesterday for a keynote speech was the Chief Justice, was Mr. Politicization, President of the European Court of Justice, who was very much in favor of such a mechanism, because he considers this a necessary addition, a preventive mechanism in order to make sure that the principles of mutual trust and mutual recognition, which are at the foundation of the European Union, can also be safeguarded by an open and frank dialogue between ministers, between pairs within the Council. I leave it with this, and And I'm open for any questions, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the director of the Human Rights Watch organization since 1994, whose reports actually on the rule of law situation plan have been excellent. So I recommend you to read the many reports of the Human Rights Watch. As far as the rule of law backsliding is concerned in the EU, it's been a wealth of information as far as
Thank you very much. I had prepared something before coming here, and I'm going to change that completely to reflect more on what was said both before on the panel, but also on this one, because I think that makes more sense. But before doing so, just a few sort of flying thoughts. We talk about Article 2, we talk about the challenges to Article 2. Recently, I was, and it gave me hope, and that's why I want to tell this small anecdote. I was invited to address a huge crowd on a school of 8 to 12-year-olds. Talk about a tough crowd, huh? I mean, this is a crowd that is incredibly demanding, interesting, and fiery. I was going to talk to them about my experience. My experience is also that 50% of my work life, I've been working in conflict zones. And they wanted to hear about this. They wanted to hear about the human rights of the people who were now coming to Europe as refugees. So I did my spiel. We had a discussion like this on the panel. And then for the rest of the day, I was invited to join them in their classrooms, where they have been dealing with these questions for the week before our talk. And what they had done was that they had on the walls put up big sort of stickers and banners with buzzwords coming out from their discussions before I arrived. And the first classroom I walked into, I was met by a banner that read, "Be kind." And then I looked at the other wall, and it had a very big banner that read, and then tons of smaller sort of buzzwords, "Treat everyone like you want to be treated yourself." And I thought, these kids get it. They could teach huge amounts of policymakers the basics of what Article 2 is really about. So there is huge hope in Europe too, because the kids get it. Now that leads me to some of my troubling thoughts, and then to some ideas. And I will start actually in the world before coming back to Europe, because when we talk about attacks on rule of law, when we talk about attacks on standards, we also need to see what is happening around us. And in my view, and in the conflicts where I worked, we are seeing unprecedented attacks now, an affront on international law, on international humanitarian law in particular, and it's happening with a method. It is happening because those who commit crimes, attacking hospitals, schools, marketplaces, using indiscriminate and unlawful weapons, etc., they do it because they see these attacks and these violations as incredible, wonderful, successful tools to achieve goals. And secondly, they count on being able to achieve those goals through these crimes with complete impunity. And then I want to come back to Europe, because, and I was reminded of this because of something that the foreign minister said and reminded us of. We need Europe to be a force for the protection of international law, be it in wars, conflicts, or outside conflicts. And if we are now attacking at home international law because we believe that it is also convenient for us to solve some problems, if we just undermine a little bit of law here and a little bit of law there, then we'll be okay. We will completely lose our credibility and ability to stand up for what is so important and what we have worked so hard to achieve, namely these protection standards for how we conduct ourselves also in the world. So we need to understand the debate we have in Europe also in a big holistic context. If we now are willing at home to sacrifice the rule of law, but also our respect for international legal obligations, then this will be a carte blanche to all of those who are doing it around the world. And we are losing right now. And we need the EU more than ever to be the group of countries that will stand up for respect of these rights. So a lot is at stake. What I also took from the previous debate and also from part of what has been said here is really that in that context, we need to understand the importance of words and we need to understand the importance of facts. And this is why I was eager and happy to be invited to join the RECONNECT project, because this is absolutely key right now. Words matter. We also heard before people talking about refugee crises, migration crises when we talk about Europe. We are not having a crisis in Europe in terms of numbers, neither of migrants, nor of asylum seekers, nor of refugees. We do have a global crisis. That is correct. We have an unprecedented number, namely more than 68 million, who are displaced due to conflict and persecution. 25.4 million of those are refugees who have crossed international borders, but very few of them are in Europe. We do not have a crisis. Our crisis is a very different one. It's a political crisis. It's a crisis of perception, and it is now a crisis of basic human decency and respect for law. This is our crisis, and this is the crisis we need to confront head on. And it worries me tremendously that we have left, and we heard this so brilliantly by many of the other speakers, but also by the minister, we have left the narrative of the policy debates to those who exaggerate the facts. Those who are eager to use populist hyperbole, xenophobia, and other agendas to further their policies, to undermine rule of law, and to undermine our international legal obligations. And they use words that should frighten us. Tsunamis of refugees, waves of refugees, crisis. We even heard words during the Brexit debate talking about armies of migrants and refugees. These are very threatening terms. And if we are responding to those narratives, formulating both our policies, but then also our excuses for why we now have to, we simply have to, that is what they tell us. We have to undermine our international legal obligations for the purpose of dealing with these threatening sort of masses coming, stealing our identity, our way of life, you name it. Then we will lose. So we have to reclaim the narrative and we have to start dealing with facts. This is absolutely vitally important. And what RECONNECT can do, hopefully also through research, is to inject far more facts into these policy debates. I do think that politicians, by huge majorities, would appreciate these facts, because based on those, they can then go out and formulate positive policies. And let me end on that in terms of what we also need to see to deal with some of the extraordinary challenges that we have. And the challenges are, of course, also linked to migration, to refugees, to asylum seekers, not crises, but challenges. I think we do need to see these in a more holistic format also in our own societies. These are not challenges that only politicians can step up and solve. These are challenges where other parts of society needs to be part of these solutions. Of course, part of, and a big part of solutions to both refugee, asylum seekers, and migration challenges would be for Europe to guarantee safe and legal pathways to Europe, including through resettlements of refugees. We have the means, we have the mechanisms, we have the standards. If we involve other policymakers like the private sector to also step up, provide apprenticeships, job opportunities, and other possibilities for young people who are sitting in refugee camps, wasting, losing hope, and then using smugglers to come here, that would be useful. The same thing goes for our educational institutions. We need to see our educational institutions, including higher education, step up and provide far more visas for young people so that they can come. We need to celebrate and assist and help local communities who are eager to do private sponsorship for settlements. They work really well where they are. Why? Also because there's someone to welcome you when you arrive. Don't estimate what it means if there's someone to hold your hand when you arrive in a new country and just say welcome. A kind word can make a difference for how you sort of get off. So we need to deal with the facts. We need to create the narrative based on also our respect for international standards and indeed European standards. And we need to realize, as was said in the previous panel, that not everything is up for grabs. There are important policy decisions. There can be important policy differences about implementation and what to do. But there is a red line, and the red line is when we start undermining our rule of law and our obligations vis-à-vis international law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before giving the floor to Professor Veld of the CEU, let me just briefly mention that Professor Veld has just published a great blog post on the Verfassung blog on the Irish European Arrest warrant case. In fact, all the things, anything I know about mutual trust and mutual recognition, I owe it to Professor Veld, and also to a large extent what I know of Hungarian constitutional law is also due to Professor Veld. So hopefully that won't get you in trouble. But Professor Veld, so you have 5 minutes to tell us about essentially what's going on with European arrest warrants.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and the kind introduction. And let me start by saying that in a well-functioning democracy based on the rule of law, there are inbuilt mechanisms to compensate for potential abuses of power. Just take judiciary, the constitutional court, the ombudsman system, civil society, or a well-functioning media. Now, in a constitutional capture, all these institutions are not there to protect individuals against abuses. And here we heavily rely on international mechanisms and international fora to uphold individual rights. And here I see a great responsibility also for EU institutions. Now, the question is whether the EU is willing to take up that role of tools of external militant democracy, if you wish. And there are several counter-arguments for the EU to take it up, one of them being the lack of legitimacy, well-known criticism. But I would counter that, not least because by problematic member states' participation in the EU's legislative process, the whole lawmaking process of the EU will be jeopardized and delegitimized. Also, it's not just members of given problematic member states that suffer, but anyone or residents, EU residents, who are actually residing in a given member state. But more importantly for today's subject, there are certain presumptions behind EU law that presuppose that all member states are states based on the rule of law. There can be no single market, if you wish, if there are no independent courts that can enforce contracts. Similarly, there can be no mutual cooperation in criminal matters if laws based on mutual trust and mutual recognition cannot presuppose that all suspects in all member states, however different the criminal procedures are, get a fair trial. Now, I like the field of criminal law, not only because I'm coming from that background, but also because by its nature, individual rights are infringed. Criminal law is all about the relationship between the state and the individual that we are tackling in the framework of this project. And by its nature, there are infringements on the right to liberty and security, the right to property, the right to privacy, you name them. So if we have a rule of law problem in one of the member states, then the whole system of EU criminal justice will collapse. And the lead case, of course, here, and I don't have to say the obvious in front of this knowledgeable audience, is the Aranossi and Tolerari cases, where the question was whether a suspect or a convict, for that matter, could be surrendered back to Hungary and Romania, where they are highly likely to be subjected to prison conditions that amount, according to the European Court of Human Rights, to torture, inhuman, degrading treatment or punishment. And I'm not going into the other issue case. Let me just say that the Court of Justice of the European Union developed a two-pronged test. All national courts have to check whether there is a generic problem in the given member state and whether the individual concerned will be affected by these general concerns. And then there is a kind of a trade or negotiation taking place between the issuing state and the executing state's judicial authority, saying that perhaps the suspect should be sent to a decent prison. Now that opens up many questions, one of being reverse discrimination. I always suggest my students, if they ever in their lives commit crimes in Hungary and Romania, immediately go to a more fortunate country in Western Europe, because then the judiciary will negotiate a decent prison cell for them. But also the question arises whether what happens if it's not torture that is at stake, but derogable rights like the right of fair trial. What evidence can be used? And more importantly for our discussion, what if it's the rule of law and not an individual right that is at stake? And coming back to the issue that Tamás mentioned earlier, what is the role of national courts here? And we didn't have to wait too long, because in the Tamás case, this very issue came up, and indeed a recent piece of ours came out this week, and I don't claim authorship. There is Walter from the European Added Value Unit, who is my constant co-author on these mutual recognition issues. And we do claim, we do agree with the court's role to uphold individual rights. So I think you are, and I'm absolutely with you on that. But as Professor Konchevich, a Polish professor in the framework of the RECONNECT project puts it, we see a shift from judges asking judges, perhaps in the framework of preliminary procedures, judges monitoring judges. And the big question is whether this is really the responsibility of the judiciary, and especially the national judiciary, to say whether another member state is a state based on the rule of law or not. And we are claiming with Walter that there should be political responsibility at the end of the project going on that. And I would like to refer back to the keynote speech, the welcoming speech by Ms. Sophie Veld, who referenced the Democracy, Rule of Law and Fundamental Rights Pact, which could serve as a systemic, permanent, regular monitoring based on objective data along scientific rigor, sound methodology, and most importantly, an equal treatment of all the member states. Once there is a problem found in the framework of this procedure, mutual recognition should be suspended, and also there should be political responsibility borne to say when mutual recognition and mutual trust should be reestablished if things are going the positive way. Now, a perfect formulation of the problem is half the solution. They say, unfortunately, this is not the path the Advocate General took in the Tamás case, but we are waiting for the judgment to come out this month. There's an accelerated procedure because there is someone in prison. I do understand the Advocate General's fears that mutual trust will perhaps be suspended and the autonomy of EU law might not be respected if we allow national courts to suspend surrender procedures. But we also have to understand that mutual trust and mutual recognition can only go hand in hand with the rule of law. If it's not happening, then the national courts will come up with certain tests to override EU law, and that will hurt the autonomy of European Union law. So my conclusion is that the European Union cannot escape the creation of a fully fledged systemic and no crisis-driven supervisory mechanism for the rule of law. But if it does so, it can both uphold the rule of law on the one hand and keep mutual recognition operational. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Petra. Last but not least, Professor Kochanov, perhaps one of Europe's finest legal minds and the first legal scholar to have, I think, criticized the rule of law from an EU angle. In fact, If it wasn't for Dimitri, I would not have started writing on the rule of law. It's because I read an article from Dimitri in 2004 that I started investigating the concept of the rule of law within the European legal space. So it gives me great pleasure to give the last speaking slot to Dimitri. He has 5 minutes to solve all of the challenges which have been raised previously. So 5 minutes, Dimitri, you have to solve it all, please.
I will probably go into deeper problems, if you permit, to build further on the last presentation and also on the first especially. I really love this legal nationalism framing, but in fact, this legal nationalism is nothing but anarchy, as we will see. So when a Polish minister in response to the European Court of Justice says it's our God-given right to subjugate the earth, instead of complying with European demands to uphold environmental law, that it's anarchy we're speaking about. And then when anarchy is presented by the Polish Prime Minister as pluralism, we should basically avoid that kind of word, and we should start thinking about how to call it differently. So once we call anarchy, we come back to the basic essence of institutionalism. That's probably the Federalist number 51, where Publius tells us famously, if people were angels, they wouldn't need institutions. And the institutions is precisely what all those autocrats are attacking, because the institutions is the only way between them, absolute power, and anarchy ultimately on the other side. So between the rule of law and between no rule of law, where they can use pluralism or whatever else they want in order to justify the destruction of what they have inherited from the previous governments and from the earlier more European understandings of how those member states have to look like. So in the end, what we are facing, we're facing a situation where the European Union has failed to deliver on a fundamental promise, and that fundamental promise was to make sure that the countries that we're speaking about, Poland, Hungary, probably Malta, others, have actually fundamentally transformed themselves compared with what they used to be behind the Iron Curtain, and that they're fully ready to be members of the European Union. So, as Jan Klabbers put it, we're all very, very much afraid of going to bed with very bad guys. And here we are. We are in bed with them, and we cannot escape apparently. And what is even worse, read Article 50, we can actually keep them out of our bed. So we have to stay together, and we have to find some kind of common language with them. And then, with respect, rule of law dialogues in council probably is not a common language to escape anarchy. Because this is something that basically misstates all the issues and misrepresents the fundamental crisis level of artificial misunderstanding that those guys are infusing the system with. So what we are facing is this collapsing relationship, which is not really based on any kind of common understanding of law, democracy, or indeed legality. And my small claim, which I think is unsettling a little bit, is that the European Union was not designed, of course, to solve this kind of issues, and even worse, the Bodnar method and the internal market actually make it much more difficult to solve this kind of problems compared with a general context of international law and international relations. So I fully agree, departing from international law is a huge tragedy. But in fact, the European Union is a departure from classical international law. So if we go back to 1951 and later to the first days of integration, the main idea was how to entangle the economies of all the participating member states in this newly created internal market in order to make wars or conflicts between the countries impossible. So how do you do it? Federalize their wallets and their minds will follow. So we heard that from Jean Monnet. Jean Monnet was probably right. Now our wallets are federalized, but it means that any time we need to enforce our values, it has a price for everybody to pay. So if we do something to Poland under Article 7 or whatever else, if we reinvent Article 259, if we reinvent the 5A, then Daimler Chrysler might lose 1 billion euros because that's their last investment.
then the Dutch companies, the French companies, everyone will be on the losing side. So you will have to sell the story somehow to your voters as a leader of any Western European country, and then it will hurt. So the whole idea behind the internal market, this mutual entanglement of all those who participate, actually prevents the European Union from playing an active role of a policeman of values once we are in bed with those guys. It's really something that probably nobody thought about at the very beginning. We can call it naivete, we can call it a forward-looking arrangement when there was all the trust in the national constitutional institutions. But in fact, we have what we have. And it goes further. So besides this mutual entanglement, the European Union also plays an active role, even if without thinking about it, in rooting those regimes and making sure that they remain in place and they are much more stable than what they would be otherwise. And this is done via direct funding. This is done via the requirements of mutual trust. The trust when contamination is guaranteed, it's 100% there. And Selma will not solve it because, in fact, we go way beyond criminal law. It goes into all the areas of our mutual engagement. So these are the guys who justify anarchy with pluralism, and then they have successfully spent 86 billion euros from our pockets on whatever they're doing. And of course, they will make sure in one-party systems that they recycle this money very effectively. And lastly, every time when the European Union is trying to enforce its acquis, and their key is mostly about the internal market or something that is clearly related to the initial entanglement areas, when Article 258 is used, those regimes again get reinforced because then they get a blessing of compliance from the European Commission in all those cases, which unfortunately the European Commission is winning, like Commission versus Hungary with courts, like Commission versus Hungary with the data protection supervisor, because now any Hungarian can tell you, but look, we have complied. Unfortunately, we lost. Now we see it was all bad. Now our court system is wonderful, and here is the press release from the European Commission. We got the full endorsement. So the Union pays, endorses, and invests into those regimes, which are profoundly repugnant in the context of to all what we believe in the context of Article 2. So in fact, we could explain the current ongoing crisis in a way through the success of the internal market and this federalization of the wallets idea, which Jean Monnet has launched in the beginning of the 50s. The trouble is, this idea has worked so well that it hit us on our own head, unfortunately. So I apologize for the negative story, but in fact, it's a story of European Union success.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got 20 minutes for some questions, and can I ask you to please ask quick questions, or otherwise make quick comments, and introduce yourself very quickly also at the introduction, and then perhaps direct your question to a speaker, otherwise I'll allocate the question myself. So who would like to ask the first question? We have one hand at the back. Is there anyone walking around with a hand at the front? Let's start with the back. It's the gentleman at the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby from Molloy, and I work in European Anti-Money Unit. First of all, I want to thank Petra because she showed how kindness works in practice by thanking me. That's also a bit of reference to Mrs. Light, who spoke before. Now, my question comes out of the bedfellow idea that Dimitri Korchinov just raised in the end, because I was just reading on my iPhone, sorry, about Angela Merkel and Orban having a joint press conference, and they disagreed on the concept of humanity. One said humanity means that you are solidary in terms of issues of migration, and the other one said, well, humanity means that we put borders around Europe and we send some money there. So, you know, we're there, let's just say. So this was my first comment. I just wanted to bring another comment because I was also triggered by the last comment of Dimitri about the money issue. Well, I am a gay man, and I am very happy with the Goldman judgment. because that means that the European Court stepped in and said, you know what, we can disagree about a lot of things, but we have free movement rights. And therefore, I do agree that the court can step in and perhaps should step in if the other institutions fail to achieve rights for individual citizens like myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me just collect a question. Adam has a question, please, first row. And anyone else? And then we collect another question from the gentleman at the back.
Adam Bodnar, I have one comment and questions, but short one.
Please.
So first I would like to thank Rotterdam for a comment concerning the role in protecting international law by the EU, the European Union. And I think this statement is even more important, taking into account the, I would say, exit of the United States from Human Rights Council and the current policy towards and basically breach of this transatlantic connection and alliance for the protection of human rights internationally. So I think it's really relevant that European Union should be even more eager to support this cause. I have a question to, I don't know to what extent you might answer this question, to Anne, concerning a procedure that started concerning Poland on this Monday. So let's imagine that there is this response by the Polish government, there is result of opinion, and then you will face this day when you have to submit the case to the Court of Justice. Are you going to, are you considering, maybe I will put it this way, making a request for the preliminary injunction for stopping entry into force of the law of the Supreme Court in terms of sending judges, including the President of the Court, for the early retirement? Because there is this possibility. You have this possibility to ask for this, like you did in case of the Białowieża forest, and are you considering this? And my question to Dmitry, short one, goes in the context of the article that was published by Daniel Kahneman in the Aspen Institute, where he claims that basically the whole problem is with the parties working at the European level. That basically there is no responsibility of in front of national electorate for the operation of the EPP. So basically that because Angela Merkel and others are not responsible for actions of the EPP, they can, still keep Viktor Orban and authorize his policies. So what do you think on this? And just a short comment. Poland is, I think, leader in spending EU money, but it was basically done in a very democratic, non-corrupt way in a multi-party system. So I cannot say what will be in future, but it was basically the achievement of the civic platform and the previous governments.
Thank you, Adam. Let's collect one more question from the gentleman. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is I am from the council, but I was an academic. I would like to thank the two colleagues who, in fact, tried to develop what is going on in the council. My colleague from the Austrian permanent representation and also Ambassador Klaes, because I think that it is very important to involve also the council, since it has an important role to play in the whole of game. I have one comment and a concrete question. The concrete question goes to Ambassador Klaes. I appreciate very much your intervention, also that you are working on a concrete proposal. It is important to work out solutions and not just discussing from an academic point of view all these problems which you are facing. My question is that we have immediate problems which requires for short-term solutions, medium-term and longer-term solutions. Is the Friends of Rule of Law member states, which you mentioned, these 14 member states, also thinking about this categorization, namely short-term, medium-term, and longer-term solutions for the problems? Because I think that this periodic pre-review mechanism is rather a medium or longer term, or rather a preventive mechanism, and not an immediate solution, not a short-term reaction on a crisis situation. So that's my concrete question: is balance of 14 member states thinking about this type of immediate solutions or shorter-term solutions? The comment, I think that we should also analyze the travel preparatoire of Article 7, how this article was involved in the Lisbon Treaty. So look at a little bit the history of this article. What is the difference between Article 7 and other possibilities? Because that is a political determination in Article 7, which is always much more difficult than when we confronting with a legal determination of whether Article 2 is complied with or not. I also appreciate very much that you said, Ambassador, that Koen Leenaerts was your keynote speaker. I think that we have a full support from the European Court of Justice, exactly for the reasons what you said, Madam, that one of the problems is that the law is not observed. The law is not obeyed. And Article 19, paragraph 1 is about that. And there is a huge responsibility of the member states to make it possible that there is effective legal remedies. And Koen Leenaerts, in his excellent speech in Lisbon at the last FIDE Congress, and the topic was about rule of law, he underlined this clearly, that we must look at Article 19, and the court is taking its responsibility. Now, each institution should also take its responsibility, including the Council of Ministers, and I hope that this RECONNECT network next time will also invite other EU institutions, not just the Commission and the European Parliament. And the last comment.
Please, a very quick one, because
the Minister also underlined a point, which my friend Dimitri Kochenov wrote a book in connection with European neighbourhood policy, that rule of law has an external dimension, and that is the double standards. To what extent we can require candidate countries, neighboring countries to respect rule of law if there is huge problem within the European Union. That aspect should be also explored in a better way in the future conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Should we start with you, Your Excellency, perhaps, and then very quick answers, possibly, and then we'll move to Dimitri, and then I'll give the floor to Anna, please.
Thank you. This is a very relevant question, and I thank you for that. It is indeed a dilemma how the Council, through an initiative like a periodic peer review, can really make a difference. And it is very sensitive. It is true, as was mentioned, that we don't, or very rarely make use of the possibility that one member state sues another one. It has happened, but for very specific issues that were not linked to fundamental values. So there is a big reluctance. We just don't do that, which also shows that there is still a lot of trust between member states. But I'm also sensitive to the argument made by Dimitri that, in fact, through condoning, through continuing to perpetuating a dialogue between brackets sometimes, we also reinforce the deviations that are currently taking place. And of course, this is a correct analysis, but it's not satisfactory. We need to do something. So at least the merit that we have is that we try to establish a mechanism that might be effective. That's a huge challenge because we need to find a balance between credibility. Such a process needs to be credible, and for that it needs to be conducted on an equal footing based on objective criteria, and so on and so forth. So everything that was mentioned also in the framework of the current rule of law dialogue, it needs to be effective. That there needs to be some kind of, I wouldn't say sanction mechanism, but a sort of persuasive element that would compel certain member states to come back into the fold. Also easy said and done. On the other hand, it cannot be too cumbersome, tedious, complicated, and last but not least, contain the risk that the divisions that we already see in Europe are even made worse, because this is something that some of the member states are very afraid of. So that is a problem. Do we think about longer-term solutions? We certainly do. The Commission, for instance, when it presented its proposals for the multi-annual financial framework, has also simultaneously proposed a conditionality instrument, which is linked to the rule of law on the simple constatation that when EU money is spent by national governments, there should also be an independent judiciary to make sure that this is done according to the rules. Otherwise, it makes no point. But there we already see that there is a big opposition. What we discussed amongst us is basically how we should position ourselves when the General Affairs Council deals with specific cases, like the hearing of Poland that recently happened. There we try to reinforce our messages. Member states speak on behalf of other member states, just to make sure that the pressure remains there. I know that this is not a lot, but at least this is what we must do. We also reflect on other elements. The economic factor has been mentioned. Is it still attractive for companies to invest in countries where the rule of law is in jeopardy, where the companies cannot be certain that the legislature is taking the right decisions on investments, on the protection of investors, and so on? At this point, we have no indications that a country like Poland, for instance, is suffering from this, but it may happen that our investors say we prefer not to go there. The world is big, it's very competitive. There's not only the EU, they can invest also in other countries. So this may be also a factor that we need to look at more carefully, because it is essential, and there we all agree in the like-minded group, that we cannot afford not to keep up the pressure on member states in the framework of the rule of law. There is no choice but to continue putting this pressure. That is why we fully support the Commission, of course, but we're also thinking of what we can do as individual member states. This goes through informal channels, but there will be a point that we need to go further. I don't know when this will be, under what conditions, circumstances, but it will come, and we are fully aware of that.
Thank you very much.
That was a wonderful point about investing in the countries that are backsliding. And in fact, the European Court of Justice seems to be helping the good member states as it were, because after the Achmea judgment, if you don't have a court system, then everybody's investments are in jeopardy. So, in fact, ironically, it might be much more dangerous now to invest in Poland compared with investing in Belarus, because your investments in Belarus will be protected by bilateral treaty with the Belarusian dictator. But the ultimate problem that we are facing is, of course, the Belarusiization of the member states. As Vlad Belarusa, a Belarusian friend of mine, put it in the Common Market Law Review once, because the member states are basically sliding towards autocracy. They have nothing to do with our basic standards, and that's the problem that we have to address. So, in this sense, I fully agree with Walter. It's great to welcome wonderful decisions of the Court of Justice, but we have to realize that whatever the court is doing, bit by bit, moving in the right direction, is simply incapable of changing the institutional principally created structures that are created in breach of all the principles that Article 2 is preaching and all what the good 14 member states believe in. So simply presenting it as a human rights crisis in any shape or form is a misnomer. And in this sense, moving to Adam, whether Article 7 is used or not, ultimately, is not so relevant, ironically, because we know from political science literature that regime changes are extremely costly. So you would need to put such overwhelming sanctions on those places that it's very difficult to imagine the council members to be willing to go as far as necessary
because of precisely the economic consequences for their own member states and for their own businesses. This is exactly where I think the problem lies. The problem lies precisely in the fact that the success of the internal market makes it very, very difficult to bash those member states which backslide at the level of values. In fact, it's almost impossible. So we need to look about it. We need to look in other directions for solutions. And here, I think Kelvin's work is actually extremely helpful, because besides saying that EPP is to blame, I disagree with that, because once again, I think EPP, even if it was fully on board, would do little in order to change the Kaczynski regime or to change the Orban regime. But what he has also written is that we have a stable tradition of autocratic sub-federal entities in all the federations around the world, where those sub-federal entities enjoy sufficient independence. And he gives the US as a wonderful example. There has never been democracy in the South until very, very, very recently. So as long as we know that successful democratic federations can actually incorporate fully totalitarian elements in their midst, and bring more or less sufficient success and sufficient human rights protection to all the citizens and all the territory, probably this would be a way to go for the European Union. Simply isolate more or less the countries which do not fully comply, or which do not comply at all, probably pay them a little bit less. When I spoke about pay, I had Hungary in mind actually in Poland, so I have to apologize, but very much will change in Poland, believe me. So I'm happy that the European Court of Justice is destroying the safety net of investing in those places, but I'm not really happy for the citizens in those countries which face the Belarusiization and which see their countries absolutely hijacked and taken away from them.
Thank you, Dimitri, even though it was deeply depressing what you just said. Anna, is there any silver lining, possibly, regarding the pending infringement action, to the extent that you're actually allowed to comment on the pending infringement action?
Yes. So it's a very pertinent question, to which I'm afraid I cannot answer. No, what I can say is that, of course, we looked at the law and we also look at the developments on the ground, and at the moment of taking a decision, this will be taken into account. But I'm afraid at this moment I cannot say.
We can only hope, and perhaps just congratulate the Commission for, if I may abuse my chairmanship, for doing the right thing. Perhaps 3 months too late, but better late than never. And there's still a window of opportunity, if I may say as much, to save the Supreme Court. But the best I can do is just fingers crossed and obviously offer the assistance of the RECONNECT network to not only the EU Commission, but also EU institutions and national institutions. I'm sure Jan would not disagree with me. Our time is up. I'm afraid I cannot gather more questions. Jan, I think you owe me a beer because I'm now closing the session at 6 sharp, so not a minute late. And let me just thank you on your behalf to the amazing set of presentations. No, you had some burning comments?
Well, I wanted to comment on the role of the council.
But you're going to cost me a beer now.
Yes, that I'm fine.
A few comments, and then Jan.
Well, I think my colleagues also want maybe just one last word.
Please.
Just on the role of the council, I do think that we are in a situation now with the kind of challenges, with the affronts on rule of law, on basic values and rights within the EU, but we do need council members to speak up. I mean, this is not a time for closed-door dialogues only. I understand that it's also good to be nice and to move forward, but it's also a time where people need to hear you be tough and principled. And this is absolutely key. We heard in the first panel, there was a lot of discussion about legitimacy. I think what belongs to that debate is also transparency. What is absolutely extraordinary in an EU context is that we have never, ever seen all our ministers debate each other. We have actually never been part of a discussion where we see who's winning the argument, who's putting the best argument forward. What we need to see is also a few critically important council discussions being opened up, being on camera, where we will see you debate each other. I mean, this is necessary also for a European democracy where we're not just citizens being told afterwards, where everything is then happening in a ping pong sort of attack in the press. One goes out and says, oh, I won, I did this, I did this. I mean, let us see. Let us hear the arguments and let us hear who comes forward with the best ones. And then we will also get an idea that it's actually not the hyperbole populists that are in majority. And this is also important for citizens to hear. On the issue of the peer review, I think it's a great idea. I don't think you should wait for everyone to sign up. I think the Benelux countries should simply go out and offer themselves and say, we will be the first ones to be offering ourselves as, you could say, the victims or the subjects or whatever you want to say for peer review. Bring it on. And then you should set the standard for transparency, for openness, and inclusion for comments to those peer reviews. Do it, and then we will move from there. And that leads me to my two last points. I think it is important with the kind of EU we have today that we recognize we're dealing with an EU that will move forward in different tempos. Because if we don't allow that to happen, we will all be set back. And that can simply not be the way forward for an EU. And then finally, on the role of the companies and of the private sector, I find this is critically important. And here's a hugely important voice that is missing in this debate. We need companies to speak up about the importance of rule of law for them, but also the importance of protection of rights. I've spoken to many companies, and it's not just that's important, independence of judiciary that is important to them. But international companies will not invest in areas if they bring in international workers and they will be at risk for attack simply because they look different. So it's also about how we treat foreigners, how we respect the rights of everyone. And this is important for companies, and they need to be far more vocal and need to be encouraged to be vocal about that.
Thank you very much, Petra.
Oh, okay.
Gentlemen. Jan, how are you here now? We're just running late by 2 minutes, but I think it was worth it, certainly. So let's thank our speakers for the excellent quality of their presentations, and you can, I'm sure, bother them with plenty of questions once this session has concluded. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Laurent. I have lost counting the number of years that were engaged in this conversation. That if we talk about beers, of course, we talk about the happiest beers. Serious people in Belgium. Okay. Dear colleagues, this has been a very, very long day, but it's not yet completely over. We still have closing remarks, and I'm really delighted that we can welcome for the closing remarks Mr. Jean-David Malo, who is Director at DG Research and Innovation in the European Commission. He studied in the Institut National Supérieur des Sciences Économiques et Commerciales in Paris, the University of California, Berkeley. He joined the European Commission 17 years ago in the Directorate General for Research and Innovation, and is the Director of Directorate B in charge of open innovation and open science. And I'm not going to recall for all the different files that you are responsible because they are very important and very impressive. But we are most of all extremely delighted and grateful that you take the time to join us here and share your closing remarks. You have the floor.
Thanks a lot for the very kind words, Professor Reynders. And first of all, it's a real pleasure for me to be here among you this afternoon. Not only is it a pleasure for me to be here, but I would add it was a duty for me to be here today. And even if I have a very heavy agenda due to the current opening discussion on the next framework program for research and innovation on number of files, to say it was for me a necessity to be here today to share with you our message regarding the importance of democracy and the rule of law. First, allow me to congratulate you for having won this call. This is a starting point. You, Professor Reynders, and of course the entire consortium on this topic dedicated to democratic discourses and the rule of law. Democracy and the rule of law, as you have certainly understood, is at the heart of the priorities of our current Commission, in particular of President Jean-Claude Juncker. This has been demonstrated by evidence in the context of our proposal for the next program period. I just arrived when you were finishing your panel. I noticed that the conditionality instrument was mentioned. It's not there by error, by hazard. It demonstrates a clear political line. But in addition to this, it's not also an error that within the second pillar of the Horizon Europe proposal, you have a cluster which is dedicated to security and society, and where one of the intervention earlier is democracy. It's not an error that the term democracy was used. We should have called it governance. And I answered and I saw that in some of the debate today, sometimes the term governance is back. But governance and democracy are two different things. And it's very important to insist that democracy, and by the way, the rule of law, is a treasury for Europe. It's part of our DNA. It's part of our vision of what should be our future and what is our present. And it's only when you are losing this kind of assets that we will measure what it means. But it will be too late. So it's now that we have to tackle this issue of the importance, the treasury that represent democracy in our society and the vision of what we want to build in Europe. We should not have imagined when we discussed with the member states the content of our work program in 2015 that when we have included this topic on democratic discourses and the rule of law, the situation was even more accurate when we launched the program. We are facing, as you know, a very challenging period regarding democracy and the rule of law. And it is good to see, and this is something on which I would like to insist, it is good to see that the consortiums that have been selected include partners from various jurisdictions, including some of them which are at the heart of some of the debate about democracy and the rule of law today. It's also very important to underline that RECONNECT, the name of this project, starts with from the premise that the recent crisis exposed a disconnect between the concerns and expectations of European citizens on the one hand, and the EU governance and policies on the other. We are facing a democratic crisis, it is obvious. But one of the main issues is the fact that citizens are not in the feeling that democracy is something that they appropriate for themselves. The main difficulty we are facing today is that citizens are complaining today about democracy, without necessarily understanding what does it mean in terms of consequences. So it's really a question of appropriateness. What does it mean, democracy, for them in the daily work? What does it mean for their children? What does it mean for their daily life? How this is indeed part of their life and how it can change their life. And this kind of things, for a number of citizens, are not there anymore. They have the feeling that in any case, even if they participate in the democratic debate, even if they participate in the vote, it does not change their life. So it may be a wrong perception, but this is a perception. And there is a huge difference between fact and the perception of facts. And this is one of the main challenges we have to tackle today.
I'm relieved that your hypothesis and your consortium is that European governance can regain authority and legitimacy through democracy and the rule of law. And I note, of course, the caveat that it is conditional on duly taking into account the citizen aspiration and preferences. And by the way, this hypothesis was explicitly welcomed by the independent expert that evaluated this proposal. Following this hypothesis, it is clear that the project will not only evaluate the coherence, interpretation, and application of democracy and the rule of law across the EU and its member states, but also investigate how democratic and rule of law principles and practices resonate with the aspirations, perception, and preferences of citizens. I'm sure that in this context, you will make a number of recommendations regarding how the gap between the perception and the reasoning in the heart of citizens and the reality can be bridged. At any rate, it is more than important, more than opportune to thoroughly study and engage with citizen perceptions. A citizen focus is indeed absolutely necessary. I also note that in your proposal, you are exploring linkage with other core principles of EU legal order, such as solidarity. It is more than welcome, and I appreciate very much that the goal is to work towards a convergence among EU and national principles, institutional practices, and citizen perception and expectation when it comes to democracy and the rule of law. I very much wish that you succeed in proposing, as a consequence, a new narrative for Europe that expresses a collective vision for the EU based on what is some of our key values. Such a narrative that bridges the divide between citizens and the huge union is, as I told you, urgently needed. Such a narrative would indeed have the potential to inspire and shape future debates in the European integration project. The consortium clearly submitted an outstanding proposal, which was lauded by the experts. And the expectation is that RECONNECT will produce cutting-edge scientific output and well-thought-out policy output. The project was inter alia selected because of its high ambition, both in relation to pushing the scientific frontier and with regard to generating policy impact. I really want to stress that on the side of DG RTD, in particular in my directorate, which is in charge of the SSA dimension of the current framework program, but also the future framework program, we have very high expectations regarding the policy and what you will submit in this context. Of course, the solution is not only in one project, certainly not. But this project is certainly one of our actions in this debate that we would like to use in terms of output for the preparation also of the next framework program when we will talk about democracy. So we expect a lot from the work that you will carry out in the next months and years. We was very happy, and I was told by some of my colleagues in my unit in charge of SSH, including society, that are present this afternoon, that this event today was a very good start because also of the first interaction that took place between the various stakeholders, including some policymakers. Because we will not be able to change this kind of situation if we are not associating from the very start all the actors, and in particular the ones that at the end are the decision makers. I wish you to fully realize what are your ambitions and expectations as it was proposed in the proposal. If I can give you a last advice, do not restrain yourself. Do not be prudent because you will at the end submit a report or several reports to a commission administrator. Provide anything that you believe relevant based on facts and evidence in the spirit, of course, of a scientific project. But do not restrain yourself for political political reason or evolution that could take place in the next months or years. Clearly address the issue on the perspective and on the basis of what is the European project. What does mean democracy in our project, in our vision, for us, for our citizens? I wish you all the best. I, of course, look forward to learning more about your findings, recommendations, and narrative. And do not hesitate to be in touch with my team, but also with me. You can count on my participation and my support for this flagship project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for these most encouraging words, for your confidence, for your trust. See, there is still mutual trust in life, and of course for raising the bar and expectations even further. So, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very brief because we're already a bit over time. This was an extremely rich day. And I'm extremely grateful also to all of our speakers, the keynotes, the panelists, chairs, to you all for your very active involvement. I think we had a very broad-based participation in this conference, and I think it's fair to say that all of you spoke with great authority. I was also very happy that we had so many different players represented here, including Didier Reynders, members from the council, and even the council presidency. They were on the program. They were actively engaged. RECONNECT is getting very strong expressions of interest around the world and in Europe already now. I would kindly suggest to look at our website, to follow the blogs, the tweeting, and so on and so forth. There is already a lot of life in it right now. But now we still indeed have to deliver. We still have 46 months, 73 deliverables, and 15 milestones to go. The good news is we ticked one of the boxes today, the first milestone, the kickoff conference. So that is now behind us. But as you will have noticed, expectations are indeed very high. And, you know, as the conference proceeded, our successive speakers were really raising the bar even further. Okay, that's right. And I'm happy to have noted comment that Mr. Malo has said that one project cannot offer the solution. There are still other projects around. But I can assure you, we will do our very best with our consortium to really go the extra mile in order to really respond to your expectations. And let me quote the famous Liverpool philosopher who was recently knighted, Sir Ringo Starr. With a little help of my friends, we can do it, I think. There are the 70 researchers, senior and junior, in our RECONNECT, 18 institutions, partner institutions. We have a wonderful, really great international advisory board. And there is all of you, in fact. All of you have shown such warm interest and support for RECONNECT. And we really want and hope to continue and deepen our dialogue and engagement with all of you, because indeed, we see this as a very open project. We are open for partnering. We are open for engaging with other experts and institutions working on similar themes. So this is an open invitation, and we count on being in touch with you in the 4 years to come. We will start now by making a solid report based on today's conference, so that will be yet another nice task for the weeks ahead of us. So that's it for today. That's about all we can now say. The rest is still to come, but we are really looking forward to doing that, implementing it, and staying in touch and engaging with all of you. And now it is my great pleasure, finally, to invite you all to a nice reception. Thank you very much.